one.
Hello, and welcome to the Temple Takered. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World, here on the Temple Takered YouTube channel and Discord server. Um, we are down a couple players today. Grimbar is with family out in the far off land of San Diego. Um, and Eldon is dealing with some sick kiddos, so it'll just be the three players today, which is fine. We can make this will work out just fine here. Where we left off with the party is during the height of Wealthfest in Ravenscrest. The group was all together, and during the festivities was approached by Gilby Marks, their neighbor and the local representative of the Shadow Syndicate, who was looking into a problem, something he'd been investigating and needed help with. Specifically, the fact that he suspected that someone in town was supplying information to the folks that stole the Raven's Eye gem from the Temple of Rest in town. Then also would have helped essentially Wraith and his companions uh, know more about what's going on. Obviously, it was very coincidental that the both events that took place with Wraith, first off, his group stealing the gem, and then second of off, attacking Addie, were both done when the party was away. So, with that in mind, someone seems to have been supplying information uh, somehow. So the party looked into it and investigated, checked a number of leads throughout the town there, and eventually settled on um, the most likely candidate being the dressmaker, the elven woman known and proprietor of Fine Wares, who happened to be just across the street from their house in Ravenscrest. In checking things out, thanks to a well-timed smoke bomb, stink bomb planted by Eldon in her shop, and distracting from Lucas, we're able to get her out of her house, and um, then Amethyst, Grimbar, and Sora could go inside to check the place out. And there did find some evidence that she was the most likely candidate for being the spy. Um, when we left off, the town guard had kind of secured her in her home, and the group had kind of reconvened to figure out what they wanted to do next. But that's pretty much where we're picking up here. You guys, Thora at this point is still kind of wandering around the house, kind of keeping an
Mm-hmm.
eye on things, making sure nothing's going on. Eldon has essentially retreated off with Audrey, having watched his handiwork take place and kind of been keeping an eye on things from a distance. But Amethyst and Lucas, you and Grimbar are all available to investigate and follow up as you see fit. So, what would you like to do?
I suppose it's all in hand, isn't it? We found out the information and handed it to the guards.
Um, as you tended to uh essentially you still had there was a letter that was found that Grimbar had found there, a letter that was written, and you hadn't really checked out much of the house beyond the quick observations you made before.
Mm-hmm.
So the guards were there just sort of keeping tabs on her, make sure she wasn't going to do anything. But I mean, you still pretty much have the opportunity to find out any other information you wish.
Yeah,
They're
we
not.
definitely want to follow up and stuff and find out what's what. And we also said that we were at hand if they needed any assistance, like if anything goes awry in the house.
Effectively, they're not going in and searching the house specifically yet. They're just sort of keeping tabs on her until the ones in charge decide what to do. And at least initially, they're not going to stop you if you want to go in and do a more thorough search and find out any other information. I will say that Grimbar will hand over the letter, And I would like to point out that if you go to your journals, you should see a copy of Corlella's letter there. Amethyst, it's written in a language you don't recognize initially. Lucas and Sora, you both can read it. So if you open up Corlella's letter.
Is it in Elvish?
It is, yes.
Oh, nice.
And you have Eyes of the Runekeeper all the time there? Is that right? Amethyst?
No.
Okay. I didn't know if you had something to allow you to read things. I couldn't remember.
I have comprehend languages.
Oh, you going to cast it then?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Well, in that case, let me switch this out here. I will switch this over to you seeing the translated version. If you check it out now, you should see the letter itself. And sorry, if you want to go ahead and pop it up on screen there, you can let the folks watching at home read it.
Do you want me to read it out?
Yes. Did you give it to Other Shore as well?
Oh, no, I didn't. Let me do that. Sorry. I didn't think about that. That's going to be the Nan's account, right? Yeah. There we go.
Dearest brother. Who is her brother?
I don't know, but she's been watching this place for like a century.
Yeah.
Which means like before we got there.
Yeah, you've been there
Definitely
less than a
before.
year.
Yeah, long before we got there. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he wanted information about us living there.
Yeah. I wonder if she knew if she was friends with Abby.
You do know from looking at her, she is a somewhat elderly elf. You're not sure exactly how old there, but she's old enough as an elf to be showing some signs of aging, which means, Lucas, you would probably know best of all here. That's probably means she's at least a couple centuries old, if not like 300 or 400. You're not really sure exactly how many years, but very likely 300 years plus, potentially how old she'd be based on the aging. Because yes, I mean she does showing her age, which as an elf is quite old.
Well, that and sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go.
So say the letter says that he wouldn't do anything to harm the town. But he did, and obviously that's a lie. And she's got family here.
Uh-huh.
But like, what kind of family are we looking at? I mean, not that it matters, but like, it might help us figure out who the family member is.
I think we should speak to other members of the town who might have more information on her. See if anybody, especially some of the older people, know who she is, who her brother is, what family she has in town, and see what we can discover about her, and specifically about who her brother is, because he's dodgy. Obviously, he's not a good person, and he's involved with something that's harmed somebody in the town. So that.
And I bet that had something to do with Addie.
It could be involved with race. It could be something completely different. But even if it is, we still need to know, because obviously we need to protect Ravenscrest as best we can.
Mm-hmm. Is anybody? I'll be looking at the guards at this question, Jim.
Okay. So there are two guards posted inside there where she is as well. Just to kind of put you guys in that space. So effectively, if we move to find wares inside, she's basically behind her. I know she's actually sitting on a bench over here, kind of a spot here. There's a guard watching the door here, and a guard posted up front here. It's just kind of like, so two guards are kind of watching over her, making sure she doesn't go anywhere. And so she's just sitting on a stool,
Mhm.
kind of back over here in front of her counter, essentially. And so after a time, she will pull out a little. She'll basically pick up one of those little hats there and start embroidering something on the hat. Just more like a nervous gesture kind of thing. Not she's like trying to work. She just sort of like picks it up there, just sort of like just starts working away, just so to make her do with her hands. She does seem nervous. If you guys step inside and see her.
I just want to know if anybody outside of Addie has been hurt that anybody's been aware of. I mean, like, significantly hurt. Broken arm, broke a leg, got hurt in the training hall. That stuff doesn't count.
Not that you've heard of recently. I mean, the only other like harm the town has come to is based on the Slod when they attacked.
Right.
And you do know that that some people were attacked when they actually like showed up. A few more showed up while you guys were dealing with them in the tower, and they had been dispatched and dealt with. So a few had been hurt, and obviously the other hunters camp up there. Some people had been killed up there, but within the town itself, I mean, nothing that seemed out of the ordinary in terms of like, no one's turned up murdered or assassinated, nothing like that. As far as you know,
Outside of Reese and Addie.
yeah. Well,
Mhm,
Reese wasn't harmed here. That's what important.
Yeah, he was brought here.
Yes.
Okay. So nobody outside of we already know of has been hurt. That's cool.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, nothing significant. I mean, obviously, yeah, like people getting injured or whatever. Just general.
Which makes me think that maybe he's involved with Wraith and their group in some way. We need to find out who her brother is, basically. Duncalm is getting on for a couple of centuries old, so maybe we should ask him.
Okay.
Since he's already involved.
I mean, he's the Minister of Defense now of the region here, so kind of keeping tabs on things. You can essentially one of the guardsmen that are kind of nearby can go and track him down for you, and I mean he's aware of the situation at least, but it's sort of like you'll find actually someone come back to you saying he's actually meeting right now with the mayor and the baron. I don't know if you've he said that he can come talk to you in a little while, unless you want to go and speak with them, whichever way you want to deal with it. The captain of the guard, she's manning the main gates and just kind of coordinating efforts and making sure that this is kind of kept quiet as possible, because we don't want to disrupt things happening too much. So really young human fighter type guard person, just kind of obviously very nervous to be like acting as a messenger essentially.
Do we remember an elf that was connected with the race?
Wasn't that the sharpshooter?
No, that was a hobgoblin.
The hobgoblin. Okay.
The only person that had any sort of connection to Wraith. Well, give me a intelligence or wisdom check. There's something recalling some knowledge here.
What about the elves with the people who had their brains charmed, and then I uncharmed them and they started to freak out and they had drugs on them?
That was with the shrine there with the snake folk.
Yeah. Those were elves, right?
Well, Brevalor is an elf, but a wood elf from the south.
Okay.
Lucas, you do recall that the person that you spoke with, the manor house that you went, that had been attacked, been threatened by Wraith, who basically gave Wraith the keys to the observatory was a half-elf. Quite elderly half-elf. Corwin was his name.
Cool, yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was that's actually where you also rescued your friend there, Amethyst. My brain is not working for the moment.
Kiva? Is that where we got
yes,
Kiva?
yes. That's where
Okay.
Kiva was as well. Yeah, the
And the observatory.
mansion. Yeah.
Coin.
I mean, no actual elves, as far as you're aware of, specifically that he worked with.
He was the one who was being extorted and threatened by
Yeah.
Wraith. And we saved him from the shadows in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a
And
weird
there was a shadow demon, wasn't there, as well? As well
Yep.
as the shadows.
Mm-hmm. And with this, is it possible he has a brother?
Who?
Wraith?
I don't know.
Wraith, you do know that Wraith was human. So
I was going to say he wasn't an elf, so.
yeah, he was a human raised in Gazriak.
But Corwin was he in Travia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he wasn't here in town. But
Lucas, you got a 23. You kind of let's get cycling back through it all there. You're fairly certain that Kemek, the goblin there, mentioned that an elf worked with Koresh. Just trying to piece through everything that kind of comes in there. He mentioned that Koresh having an elf that kind of worked wizardly type.
Right.
But
yeah.
but you don't remember much about don't know any details about the person. It was something a side comment about Koresh's about the people that were in town with him.
Did we ever see Koresh?
No, you never met him.
we didn't meet him. We were told by Kemek that he was the one that had hired the goblins that took Adi out and obviously tried to kill us as well. Both when we got to Bilgewater and obviously in the fight with Wraith. And before that, when only you and I survived and the rest of the party got taken out by him.
Yeah, none of Wraith's group was an elf.
No.
Marv was human. Olash was human. The rest were all goblins or hobgoblins.
Mm-hmm. But I would like to know where Koresh is.
Does anybody have the word scry? Or the spell scry?
You would have no way of.
We don't know him, though. We've only got a name.
You've never seen him.
Just a first name.
Yeah, and as far as you're aware, you never actually met anybody that would be with him currently.
Unless the goblins that escaped made the way back to him.
There is that.
You could potentially spy on what's her name?
Ilsley.
Because obviously she was here in Ravenscraft. She stayed in the house with the mannequins. And she would know who sent the goblins to her. Maybe you could scry on her, having met her already.
Yeah, we could try that.
Okay. Go ahead and pull that up real quick. Go back deep for this one.
That's what she said.
Ah,
Somebody had to say it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Olney's not here, so.
That's true.
okay. So that's going to be a wisdom saving throw. Or are you going to cast the scrying, Lucas?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Modified, obviously.
Yep. And so the details of that real quick here. Make sure I have the right setup for that. Just a moment. Well, Lucas, that is a bit of a ritual to set up there. So what are you guys doing in the meantime? Because it is a 10-minute casting time. So while Lucas is prepping to cast things, or that you want to do while he's doing that.
Did you want to talk?
Technically, you could, based on the scrying spell, I just want to point this out here, you could square scry and Koresh. It would just really up you get a big bonus to the save. Because you've heard of the target, but you don't have a likeness or anything else that so you get a +5 to his save, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So you could try to scry and Koresh. It's just that you've never seen him specifically, and you've only heard of him.
Yeah, I think Elsie probably is the best bet for now, at least.
And you definitely have her
later.
likeness because she actually you actually saw her.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
we saw her.
What about Duncorn? Did you say you wanted to go talk to him while he's doing that?
I did, but isn't he busy right now? I mean, we could try while Lucas
he's meeting
is
with the mayor.
up.
He's actually speaking with the mayor and with the Baron. So
we could go crash that
it
party.
might be a good idea to do that and speak to all of them, because any of them might know, and obviously they all know us, and they know that our interests lie in protecting Raven's Crest. So to have a little core group meeting there might be worth it, unless it's something that Lucas wants to do as well. In which case, we could do it after he's done his spell. It's up to you.
I will point out, so just so you know, while the guards are watching over her, they are not preventing you from going anywhere you want to go. So if you want to go into the house, they won't stop you.
Okay.
I mean, that would be a good after we talk to the Baron and Duncorn. I think. I think. Showing them this letter and then trying to piece together information we don't have, we would need them to do it.
Well, they had the letter anyway, didn't they? Because this was the letter that Grim gave to them that he found in the desk.
We at the beginning of the session, Jim said the Grim Boards just gave it to us. They don't have this letter yet.
Yeah, so I think he told them he had it. He didn't hand it over to them because they were just guards watching over her. They had anything to do with it. So
they put it back in the desk and told the guards where to find it. He didn't bring it out of the house. He gave it. He told the guards where it was. That's what happened, because he said he wasn't going to take it, and you were surprised by that, and I was surprised by that, because I thought he'd bring it out for evidence.
In that case, you don't know what it says yet. Darn it. Or we could just kind of retcon and say, hey, you went in and grabbed it. I mean,
he told us about it. He told them about it. Yeah.
He would have read it.
I mean, it could go in and show him where it was.
Well,
and
he doesn't speak Elvish. He couldn't read it.
Oh, right.
Right.
He recognized it was a letter. And then, this was important, but then put it back. And that is right there. So let's just go ahead and say one of the guards retrieved it and handed it over to you. They couldn't read it either. If you read this, and there you go. Because that makes sense. Because, they would look at it and go, I don't know what this is because it's written in Elvish. So
I don't even mind casting comprehend languages on Duncorn so that he can actually read.
I mean, he wasn't there at the time. He's off. He's off dealing with this. So
right.
So, so while you're kind of, we'll say that while Lucas is casting the spell, you retrieve the letter, read it. Here we go, and we'll just kind of quick
Catch up.
retcon that to make sure that's all taken care of.
Yeah.
And then if you want to go back in and look for anything else in the house, feel free. You have the ability to do that. But let's go ahead and do a quick saving throw to see how this works.
See, right now I'm happy to let the guards just do what they're doing, and if let us know if they need us. Until we've got more more
I mean-
information, and maybe then once we've got more information, we can go in and speak to her and ask her, maybe even go as far as detect thoughts again, just to sort of find out more, if we can, on who her brother is and who.
Yeah, we could just like ask her,
We
see
could,
if she would tell us.
but she wasn't
at this
given
point-
an awful lot before, so
Well,
now she's
the
been
jig wasn't.
arrested. I can't see her being all helpful all of a sudden.
Well, I mean, the jig is up now. She's been caught. The information's gonna get found out. She's obviously didn't want to stop it in the first. She wanted to stop in the first place, so it's entirely possible she might be a little bit more forthcoming this time.
So
I mean,
you kind of make the discussion there. We'll just kind of real quick here, Lucas. Your point of view, the sensor kind of comes into view as it sort of like shifts and warps into the point of view of, you're not sure where you're looking right now. You see Ilsley and a pair of goblins. They're sitting in a room, wooden table, like mugs in front of them, plate of some kind of like this kind of a sloppy looking food, some sort of mixed greens or something like that, and they're all speaking in kind of low voices, and like and you understand goblins, so there's basically kind of on the order of what should we do now. Well, I don't know what I mean. Look, we just need to find out our next steps. Just lay low. If we can get our payment, we can go home, pay off our debts, and be done with all of this. Like, you think he's gonna give us actually give us the money? Really? I mean, taking their gold isn't gonna help. We need something like the gems and stuff like that. You lost the big one. Like, I didn't lose it. I gave it to who was going to pay us for it, and now he's dead. And so, kind of this low conversation there. Lucas, give me a perception check to see any details about the space that you're in. Okay. There's definitely stone walls, like, and the walls have a curvature to them. It's not like it's just kind of a gentle curve to them wherever they're sitting, and you can hear very faintly the sound of waves crashing on the shore.
Is it
So
somewhere we've been before?
you don't recognize it. It's not something that's something you recognize offhand there. So, but yeah, so a slightly curved stone walls, wooden table, and this sort of there's definitely light, streaming in along with a little little lantern, but obviously some sort of yeah, you can hear the sound of waves on the shore.
See, a circular building by the shore would say lighthouse to me.
Well, we'll see.
Or some kind of, I don't know. I can't
Keep.
think of any other.
Castle keep, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a keep, but right next to the shore. My first instinct says lighthouse.
They don't mention any names, and the spell lasts for 10 minutes. Is that correct? Yeah. So the conversation, the gist of it is essentially, yeah, they want their money. They're planning to go home if they can, and Obviously not happy with the situation, essentially.
Are you sharing this information with us?
Yeah, I will do.
Because that tells me that basically they just want money to pay off their debts, and they might be easily not bribed, but persuaded to give information if we offer them the money that they were expecting from whoever it was who died. I'm guessing it's probably Wraith. Or we can just do her in.
So, the walls are very much intact. They look very sturdy. It's not like there's a ruin there. The furniture is kind of weathered looking wood, but also very sturdy. I mean, it has a kind of a solid looking feel to everything that's there, at least something established. With that, yeah, eventually they kind of settle into eating, grumbling a bit here and there, but not really. That's pretty much all you're going to catch from that time period. They all look healthy. They don't look like they've been in a fight or a scrap recently, which you can see from the sensor you're looking at them there. They look very similar to how you saw them last.
They're probably still in
How did-
Gravia or around there.
Who knows?
What about Bilgewater?
You
They're
do
originally
know.
from Gavon, weren't they? Gesrek, sorry.
Yeah, south, very much south. You do know that there wouldn't be the sound of waves on the shore, like crashing on the shore like that, in Dravier. Dravier's on a lake.
It's a lake, yeah.
There is a bit of a bit of a tide to it, but it wouldn't be that sound you'd like hear from inside of a building. It's definitely the sound of it's definitely loud enough to be able to heard through the wherever they are. So it wouldn't likely to be Dravier, at least not on the shores of the Lake Golden Bowler.
I think they've probably gone back to Gesrek.
You know?
Well, no, they were talking about going home, so I assume they're
So,
on Gesrek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Sora.
where is Gazrak to South Shore?
Oh. Yeah, I'll point it out here. Let's move you over to the main map. So way down here, Gesrek is all the way down here. Dravier is up here. And effectively, yes, this is a Black Smoke Bay over here. Bilgewater is way up here. Well,
Right,
actually,
but
yeah.
South Shore
They
is,
could be
right
around, like,
here-ish?
anywhere around here or there.
Right there. Isn't that where South Shore was?
This is Shorehaven. Yeah.
Sure,
you're
that's
from.
the one.
Yeah, where you're from.
Yeah, Shorehaven.
And you're currently right here. Right in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, they could literally be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun. And that's seeing it through her eyes, though, right? Like it's not.
It's a sensor that's kind of looking at her essentially, and so you can kind of see around where she is and see, but it's kind of centered on her, so you can kind of see her and then who she's talking to. Essentially, it's kind of it's almost like a drone's eye view of her and what's around her. But of course, you can't control it and move it out. It's just kind of like there on her.
But if they were last in Dravier, which is around where this lake is, there must be a lighthouse somewhere. I'm gonna guess it's like somewhere around here where there's obviously going to be a lot of rocks around there because there's two pieces of land quite close to one another.
If you are, I would say you can if you are talking about this afterwards, you can kind of step away from this whole thing here. I assume you're going to have a map similar to this here. You know that dot right there is Greenhoof Village, and it is where one of the places that you know that Wraith murdered somebody,
Yeah.
because that's where he went to when you were flying south. He went from here to here when you were scrying on him, and you were coming straight south, essentially on the airship on the
Yeah.
Sable Drake at the time.
Yeah, we were trying to head him off.
Yeah,
And
and he
because
got
took that turn.
there just ahead of you,
Mm-hmm.
only a couple of days ahead of you.
Yeah, no wonder.
So, yeah, when you point out there that is one of the places that they visited.
So potentially could be
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be somewhere
around
near
there.
there. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously lighthouses are to stop boats from crashing into rocks, so I would think there would be at least one near there.
Sora, you know this is the Razor Wave Ocean out here. It is very, very like choppy and like not fun to travel on.
Very
Ships,
treacherous.
yeah, it's very treacherous. It's kind of like the Pacific coast, which is very cold water, very choppy, very tricky currents along the shorelines and stuff. So having grown up in Shore Haven right there on the coast there, you know that much of the ocean out there.
Maybe there's some sort of books
Well-
we can find on lighthouses and around the coast and stuff. I don't know.
I mean, if
Just
you really want to
touching
go
at straws now.
after a goblin, yeah.
Let's talk to Dunkhorn and the Baron real quick first,
Yeah.
and then see if they can give us anybody who is related to her in the city
Mhm.
currently. Like, we're assuming they're still here, right? We don't have
It'd be
any
nice.
other reason to believe that they're
It'd be
not, right?
interesting to find out who her brother is too,
Right.
if we
Would-
can, if anybody knows.
Would Olosh know?
Who's Alosh?
The monk.
The monk?
The monk, Monkey Man.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know of a spy in the town. You did ask him about that.
Right.
If what he might
Yeah.
have known of who her brother was. Well,
Yeah.
who the elf was that was in the party. In Wraith's party.
It's worth asking. It's worth asking anybody, to be honest. Anybody in the town who knows her, who might know who her brother is. It's worth just asking people.
Do we, dare I say it, split up and go ask people?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. Just let me know who you're going to talk to first.
If you want. But I'm going to put the... I'm going to cast telepathic bond.
Okay.
Is that any distance apart? You can still communicate.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as we're on the same plane of existence
Cool. Okay, good. Yeah, that works.
for 1 hour.
Effectively, we'll kind of put that since you're going to go to various places here, just to kind of put this all into place here. Grim's going to stick around, at least keep an eye on the building while you guys are going to go off and do your separate thing there. Just kind of say
Yeah.
he's going to stick around and watch the place. Just case the place. Eldon is off with Audrey, like celebrating his smoke bombness and
And
kind
its
of
actual usefulness.
yeah, and it's
For the
planning
plan.
and stuff in there. So we can kind of look back over to the town map here. And so we can kind of see if we can. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, her house being right here in the center, and then effectively whoever wants to go talk to Dunkhorn and the folks here, they're in town hall.
Uh-huh.
They'll let you know that at least. Who else was going to talk to somebody? Is there anybody else?
Monk was the other person we wanted to talk
over
to.
here. Yeah, talk to Olash.
I'd rather go and talk to Duncan.
Okay.
I mean, you guys can split up there. It's up to you. Where do you want to go?
We could just go together. It's up to you. I don't mind either way. I don't particularly want to go talk to him on my own.
All right. Then I guess we're all going together.
Okay.
In case I get an alignment shift for accidentally killing him a bit.
Killing him a bit? How does that work?
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
a little bit, Dad.
I would say, based on the fact that he's not going to defend himself, it would definitely be an alignment shift.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't really kill him, but I don't particularly want to be on my own with him.
Sure.
I still don't. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't trust him.
But you don't
because
trust
obviously, him. But I don't fully trust him. No, not at all.
So
no.
Yeah. As you head across the square, festivities are obviously still in swing there. Games being played over here, kind of by the Fighting Unicorn, drinks and stuff also being served over here, over here at the Jeweled Flagon, and just general people kind of wandering around. It's dying down a little bit at this point because everyone's kind of going home to kind of gear up for the evening festivity, which is basically just a big party. Pretty much people are just going to have. There's definitely some excitement about some music being played and some different kinds of food being served and everything else. And so there's big plans for what you kind of getting hearing rumblings of. Kind of the evening festivities will be kind of happening, and then stuff going on throughout the day. But as you approach there, you town hall. There will be a guard post on the outside of town hall. Let you go as you guys go on in. And you're pretty much not been instructed to stop you at all. So you head on inside. You don't see Welby working the front there. He's actually off doing other things, but the doors to the main conference area, main meeting area there are open. You can hear voices coming from inside, and yes, you'll see Dunkhorn, Mayor Elbis, and Baron Fairwood all kind of hanging out there at a table, speaking about various things. When you walk in, they're not talking directly about what's going on here. They're mostly talking about maybe it sounds like as you approach, you kind of hear them talking about the evening, and Dunkhorn's talking about security, and the mayor's just a general talk about the evening festivities that are planned, and just kind of security happening there. They all look up as you enter. The three of you enter there, and and Fairwood's like, well, good to see you. I understand there's been a bit of a interesting situation unfolding with one of our residents. Yes, it sounds quite disturbing. I don't know. What's really going on here? And the mayor, of course,
I'll hand them the letter, hoping that one of them at least can read it.
The mayor's like, I don't quite recognize the Elvish, but I'm not very good on this. Dunkhorn's just like, well, I don't read Elf. But Fairwood takes it, and I can read enough to make it out at least. And just sort of. So it seems she's well, I don't know. Nothing directly implicating, but obviously in context it makes sense why she's
we wondered if you had any idea of who her brother might be.
And they all kind of look at each other. They're like, and the mayor, like, she's lived in this place longer than any of us. She's been here for, I mean, I couldn't exactly say. I mean, she's been kind of the town seamstress of sorts, and really, she's been a bit of a fixture. She doesn't get out a lot, but Duncorn just like, I mean, she's just, you know, sticks to her house and does her things. I never had any run-ins with her or problems with her, so I never really dealt with her very much.
What concerns me about this is she says she's been watching over the descendants of the one who killed his master, and I'm guessing the master is the Dark King.
Yes, that, and you, let's see, the three of you had to, one of the people, so the two people that came here that put the skull where it is, one of them being a priest of the Raven Queen, and the other being a paladin whose last name was Draymark.
Yeah.
So that would be the mayor there.
Exactly.
Well, she also said that there was family of hers here in general.
I am not aware that she had. No one's ever lived with her, and no one's ever, like, as far as I know, claimed her as family specifically. She's never really.
No specific people hanging around her a little bit more than normal.
The Baron, we've dealt with her on occasion. She's provided clothes for the family. I mean, she's the very skilled seamstress. She definitely provided over the years. We've purchased a number of clothes especially for the girls, from her. And
I have family here.
She was also a bit of an artist. At one point, she did paint a portrait. We still have it in our house. She painted a portrait of our family when my wife was still alive. The girls were young. And Elba said, like, "Oh, interesting. I know that. I remember her painting a portrait of my family as well."
Oh God! Did she paint that painting? You know, the one in the house that was like people were disappearing off and stuff.
Yeah,
they're creepy painting.
I mean, the first painting wasn't creepy at all when you first walked in there. It was just it was just the mother, father, two boys. It got progressively creepier. It got progressively creepier.
It did get very progressively creepier as they disappeared and a ghost would show up. I mean, now it's starting to sound like more we have to have a conversation with her.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't even know what questions to ask her right now. Like, I don't know.
I mean, we could ask the same basic questions of, like, we heard you did a painting for the mayor, and the Dunkhorn, and for the bear.
For Fairwood, basically, Dennis and his family, and the mayor and his family, essentially. Not Dunkhorn.
Not Dunkhorn.
But
right,
that also makes me suspicious. Is she using the paintings in some way to keep tabs on people? Does she have eyes and ears on the mayor's house, the Fairwoods house?
Well, the only way to know that for sure is to go in and look at the painting, or
Yeah.
ask her and hope she tells us the truth.
I'm gonna ask Fairwood if we can have a look at the painting in his house.
Of course. I mean, I'd be surprised if you hadn't already seen it at some point. We do keep it in the entryway of our house.
Mhm.
And you've been in there at least once. And you sort of recognize there was a painting there.
Yeah.
Amethyst. As he's talking about this, you are struck with a memory. Something that is kind of like it from when you were a kid. You were young, probably about 8 or maybe 9 or 10, roughly,
Mhm.
of seeing like a person painting a portrait. And thinking back on that memory, trying to focus on it a little bit there. Give me a either a wisdom or intelligence check, whichever is higher for you.
Oh, I did a save. That was not right. Sorry.
Just reroll it just a check.
No.
Okay. It's fuzzy. You sort of remember someone painting a portrait there, and you're realizing you were kind of looking through Elia's eyes as she kind of looks up at her, kind of looks up and fidgets a little bit there. Riley being probably about 6 or so, kind of just
Mhm.
like little bundle energy she always was. Burton standing next to his father, just very stoic, trying to mimic his pose. And then her glancing up at her mother over her shoulder. And the one thing, even with that, will strike you is that you never realized this before, but her mother is a half elf.
Oh God. Okay.
Well, not quite half elf. There's definitely a point to her ears. There's a little bit of an angle to her features there. You're not sure, but you never seen her mother clearly before, or you've never really. I mean, you're not sure, but looking up at her, you definitely see that there's definitely a bit of a point to the ears that's indicative of some elven blood.
Right. So Elia herself might even be family. It's this vile woman. Ah, dude. I suppose you've got a family tree, have you, Dennis? Mr. Fairwood.
I mean, I don't know a lot about my wife's family. I mean, we met in Port Horace. I mean, that's where my original business endeavors were established. And, Burton was fairly young when we moved here. And I started taking on the lumber industry. The lumber industry to the north, we established there. The girls were born. Well, Ellie was born shortly after we came here, and then Riley was born a few years after that. But I was never aware of any family here specifically.
Was it your wife who wanted to move here?
She knew of the region a bit. She'd never, as far as I know, it wasn't from here or anything, but she knew of the area. I mean, once I heard about it too, I mean, I realized it was an untapped market that I could definitely work with. establishing my own company, essentially, away from the competitiveness of Port Orth itself.
I think we definitely need to take a look at those paintings. The one in your house, and obviously the one in your house too, Mayor.
Well, that painting is gone.
Okay.
You guys destroyed it.
We did destroy it. Yeah, I remember now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was creepy AF.
It was 2 boys and a dad, but no mother.
Originally, mother was there.
Yeah.
And the mother was gone.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And wasn't the owner of the house the sister the one who came in and consecrated the whole thing, right?
No. Yeah. It was the older brother's wife. It was a straight up.
Older, right.
Yeah. Yeah, Elvis is the youngest of the 2 brothers.
Maybe we should give him a shout too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where to next?
We're supposed to be celebrating, and we're solving a murder.
I think we should go and check the painting. I don't feel good about it, and I want to just have a look at it.
Okay. All right. So, the mayor's like, okay, well, I'm sure the Sarah will let you in. Elia can let you in as well. Not a problem. It's in the foyer.
Yeah.
You guys head over there. Their house is right here. This really large house over here, just off the square. Main door is right there on the street. You're able to get on over there, and yes, servant person will let you in, and you can see pretty prominently displayed. There's other artwork on the walls in the area there, but there's kind of prominently displayed there a fairly small painting, roughly about maybe 2 by 3. It doesn't need a massive canvas there, but a very nice small painting there of what looks to be you. And Amethyst, I mean, you can tell right away who's who. I mean, there's definitely the Baron, much younger, of course, a good almost 20 years younger. Burton, obviously teenager, somewhere in his teens there, standing there in a very similar cut suit, very formal looking there, trying to look very proper and very similar pose and facial expression to his father. Next to him would be Elia's mother, and then Elia sitting in front of her, and Riley sort of like off to the side there. And you can see in that picture, Elia's mother's hand is resting on Elia's shoulder there, and Riley's and Elia's sort of like holding on to Riley. No magic. You do not sense any magic. There's definitely nothing odd about it. It seems to be a very well-made painting. You don't detect any good or any sort of fey influence, any sort of strange paint or anything else to it. It appears to be just a very well-made painting. A lot of detail work. And give me perception checks, all 3 of you.
I'm going to ask for permission to take it off the wall and just give it a right good look at, check over.
There's no magic.
Wow.
Sora's just looking at the wall going, pretty paint.
I'm not even seeing it.
Just a general, just looking at it, making sure there's nothing in it. There's nothing.
You don't see anything odd about it there. However, as you're pulling it there, Lucas, you got to get the best look at it there. You will take note of a couple of things. The detail work on Elia's mother is much better than everyone else. Just what I mean is the brush strokes, the care taken with the image of the mother is obviously she spent the most time on that person. I mean, everyone else is good. I mean, it's all very well made, but there's definitely more detail and more care taken with with that part of the painting, with her image, than everyone else.
Hmm.
I'll mention that to
And
Lorraine.
with the 20, there's definitely resemblance.
Is there?
You can see that there is a slight enough features. She wouldn't be considered half elf. I mean, she doesn't have quite the half elven features there, but there's enough elf there, and just in the shape of the eye, the shape of the cheekbones, everything else, that you got a pretty good look at the seamstress there at Corletta. There's definitely resemblance. Very similar color eyes, very similar shape to the eyes. It's mostly in the eyes that you can see it.
Hmm.
So maybe not that she's like that Corletta was her mother, but definitely a descendant.
Interesting.
So, yeah. I don't suppose you know whether she knew Addie.
I mean, there's almost no chance she didn't know her. I mean,
Okay.
everyone in this town knows everybody for the most part. It's,
True.
well, it's, and I mean, Addie, well, she probably didn't spend that much time with Addie. Addie didn't spend a lot of time, what you know, within the town proper.
Uh-huh.
Anyone who lived here for that amount of time, and you know, Addie lived here for a good, like 60, 70 years. This woman lived here for, according to her letter, over a century.
Uh-huh.
There'd be no chance she wouldn't know who she is.
Okay.
So what next? Yeah. So nothing sinister about the painting from what you can tell. Nothing not being used as scrying, not being used as some sort of a focal point for anything as far as you can tell from it. There's no magic to it specifically.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I will say that with detect magic up and in that space, there are some magical sensors within the room. Mostly just essentially a passive alarm, if you will. What you can tell from it.
Okay.
Like this is someone has basically essentially placed things in the room to let people know when someone comes and goes. So I mean, very similar to the alarm spell, but probably not that significant.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So there is magical protection on the house, from what you can tell.
That's good. That's what we want. I want to wrap them all in cotton wool. Bubble wrap.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I can't sense anything wrong with this. I'm very suspicious that she has a way. But we'll keep investigating. I'll let you know if I find anything else.
I mean, at the very least, you know she's nosy and she lives right next door.
And reporting back to whoever her brother is, providing information about us.
Mhm.
Which led to, I'm guessing, Addie being killed. Harm the people that she cares for deeply, I'm guessing is Ellia and Riley. I'm guessing. It's all just guessing at the moment, but you know.
Okay.
We can go and talk to her. Do you want to talk to Olash first?
Yeah, we can have a word, see if he knows who the elf is.
Okay. Okay. So you find him at the temple. He was there when you talked to him last. He's kind of still there. Kind of keeping silent vigil. Pretty much over the place. When you do arrive, he is actually eating and drinking something. He's just kind of sitting on the back steps of the place there, kind of watching out over the place there, just drinking some with his new water and some sort of a sandwich or something. Hello. He sort of like just calmly looks as you essentially when you arrive there, Straber will tell you he's in the back there. As he kind of steps up and kind of sets his stuff on the stair and steps aside. Go, may I help you?
I'd like to just say to him, finish your meal. We can wait. There's no hurry. But we would like just to have a little chat with you in a minute, if that's okay. If you want to go and finish your sandwich first.
Okay. He just it's fine. Then he kind of takes a little cloth there and wraps it up there and just takes a drink of water and just sets it. It's fine. I can. There is no hurry. You came to speak about something. Please, what is it I can help you with?
I'll tell him about the woman, our next door neighbour. That she's been providing information to somebody who is related to her.
Okay. I
wondered if you know who the elf in the party was.
Elf, and I don't know what you mean.
With one of Wraith's friends was an elf. Possibly.
I never met an elf specifically. I believe the ranger person, Koresh, had an elf with him.
Okay.
Wizard, I believe, some sort of spellcaster, is my understanding. I never dealt with him directly. I did see him most recently when we were in Bilgewater. That is where I did not speak with him. He had a kind of dark reddish hair, fairly young, looking for an elf, I assume. And you are aware, at least Olash has made you aware, that he's from Scarlos, where a lot of elves are. Kind of orangish colored eyes, but fairly young from what I could see of him. Did not speak with him specifically. His name. Do I have his name? Just a moment. I do have his name. Mervol. Mervol is his name.
How do you spell that?
Mervol.
Mervol.
Mervol is his name.
Mervol.
Mervol, yes. He is a yes, that's the only elf I know specifically. Did not work with us directly, but at least worked with Koresh, or did at the time.
Okay.
That is all I know for sure. No, we did not have any dealings. When we met you at the inn, at the time we were supposed to come to here, but after meeting you, we decided to bypass it. So we never actually came to the city.
To Raven's Rest.
Yes.
Or Craven's Rest, as it was at the time.
At the time, yes. It's renamed since then. So
I'm concerned that she was providing information to somebody, her brother, about us and about the town in general.
it is very likely. I know that Wraith often made plans based on information we didn't understand how he had.
Yeah.
Someone was providing him with information. I don't know who exactly. I was not privy to that. He often kept his information sources close to him and did not share.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She was also watching over the, I'm guessing the mayor and his family.
I'm not sure. I never dealt with anyone from here.
They're specifically the people that killed the Dark King in the first place.
I mean, he doesn't seem to know much of. He doesn't seem to react to that. I mean, he's not. I'm not sure. I know a bit of what you speak of, but I mean, he's not from around here, so Carlos never dealt with it. So it's sort of like hearing about a rebellion for another country. Is like, oh yeah, I sort of remember something about that.
Yeah, but he was involved with a group that were trying to resurrect the Dark King, so he must have had a little bit of something.
Yeah, I mean, he's aware of it, but he was not like, yeah.
I'm telling him this because obviously he is here helping to protect the town.
Yes. Anyone else of this group that would come here, but I will do what I can to stop them.
Okay.
No, I was not informed of anyone working here within the town. It does make sense based on what occurred. It obviously knew more information than he let on.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else anyone want to ask specifically?
Sorry.
I mean, there's not anything specific that I would want to ask. It was just, it's strange that it happened while we were gone. It's strange. There's a bunch of stuff. Sora's rambling in her head because, this isn't making sense to her.
It would make sense if somebody was spying on us, letting people know when we weren't there so that they could swoop in and do the things that they did.
But not for the last 100 years.
No. But she was obviously watching the Draymarks and others. Because it specifically says the descendants of the ones that killed the Dark King. Or the master, but...
Your master.
Your master. So her brother was obviously one of the followers of the Dark King.
Well,
I mean, look, so that is. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that seems to imply that they knew the skull was here, and she was here looking over it, watching it.
Or she at least knew where the people that killed him were, and she was watching over them for him. But you and I had a conversation recently about Wraith and the Dark King and the resurrection, and you were saying that they were all dead and that wasn't a thing anymore. But this is obviously, he's potentially one of the ringleaders. He was one of the followers of the Dark King in the first place, and he's probably at least one of the ringleaders in trying to resurrect him. and he's still out there. We don't even know who he is. Koresh is still out there. There are all these loose ends that we have not tied up, and that all of a sudden are just like, I
do want to clarify a timeline thing for you, because you're kind of piecing this together here, so I want to make sure you understand. Essentially, Dark King killed a little over 200 years ago. This place, from what you know of Craven's Rest, was barely a village at that time. So, effectively, from what you know, the southern part of here was effectively just a shrine that was then built off of it. The rest of this has been built off of what was this little tower over here. And from what you can piece together from the archives, that was one of the kind of focal points of the village itself, when it was just a cluster of farms, essentially, with a cluster of buildings in the center of the place here. Since then, the town grew. From what you know, that shrine where they buried the king there would have been done somewhere within 20 or so years of the Dark King's death. The rest of the town grew up around the area. From what she said, she's been here over a century, not 2 centuries. So, just kind of piecing together with just timeline wise here, Draymark and the priests that were here would have been here that entire time.
Yeah. But
wasn't there a group?
She doesn't necessarily know that the skull is here. Sorry, Sora.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, there was a group that had the skull and decided that this was the safest place to bury it. One of them was a paladin.
Draymark, yeah.
And
would have been the mayor's ancestor, yeah.
And put it here. So, if anything, in my brain, not computing any of this to actual facts, she was put here to protect it. Help protect it.
Or she was put here to watch over the people that killed the Dark King and see what she could learn.
Yeah.
In case it happens again. It would just mean that all of this is pointing to we just need to talk to her instead of trying to go inside of her head beforehand. Well, yeah.
I think she was probably put here to spy, to see what information she could glean on any of them, on possibly if there was any of the Dark King. I mean, I don't know if they even know that the skull remained after his death. But
because they only learned of that when they got the journal.
Yeah.
Of Belva Stanton.
Yeah.
I think we should go talk to her, or look, maybe we could look around her house a little bit more and see if there's anything else that she may have left behind. But I really think that the best way would be to talk to her inside a zone of truth. Now, I know it doesn't mean that she has to tell the truth, but she's more inclined to tell the truth.
I could also potentially attempt to detect thoughts again on her, with the permission of the guard, obviously.
And knowing that, like, the jig is up now, like, we have information, she might be a little bit more, especially with Lucas and his persuasion skills, to loosen her lips a little bit.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's going to be a protective of her brother, but
we just maybe not mention her brother for a little bit, just talk to her and then see how the conversation goes, and then if it's going really well, we can ask, and we can only go from there,
All right. So if you head back to Fine Wares again. Put her picture up there. So we have that again. One sec. There she is. We'll put her on the map here. So she is right there. A pair of guards. We'll just put generic guard tokens. Let me find somebody generic person. Come on. Somebody. Sure, we'll just. I don't want to use that one. That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. Scroll back a ways here, my people. Yeah, we'll just put basically guard here, guard by the door, basically by each door here. You guys can come on in, and the guards are they're watching at the moment here. They haven't been told to do anything else just yet, so you guys can head on inside, do what you want to do. So she does when you walk in there. Position yourself wherever you want to be in the room. So there's a guard over here and a guard over here. That's it. And
Let's knock on the door first.
I mean, yeah.
Sora, knock on doors.
Yeah. So when you open the door, both guards kind of snap to attention. They don't pull their swords or anything like that, but they kind of snap to attention, and then just kind of nod that see it's you. And she'll kind of look up at you and kind of do this to the side of the hat she's embroidering. At this point, there's a very intricate set of like flowers on this like wide brimmed felt hat. This little intricate set of like little like embroidered flowers now, kind of like right like on the center of the hat there, and sort of going around, already going around the hat there. She just sits at the side there and just sort of looks at you. I mean, the three of you have fairly decent insight. She's just sort of like resigned, sort of, okay, here we go.
Okay. Sorry to intrude.
She sort of looks confused at it. Why would you be sorry to intrude? I believe this is where you start asking questions, I assume.
Yeah. But this is still your home, and I want to try and be as respectful as possible.
For quite a long time now.
I guess I'll start with showing her the letter.
Okay.
I want
One
to
thing-
cast the truth while you do that.
Go ahead. It's one action to cast there. So she sort of like watches you cast. You guys kind of look a little concerned for the moment there, but nothing like no fireball comes out of you or anything else like that. So there's like, and so she recognizes. I'll go ahead and make just see how she does.
Lightning, folks. Lightning breath, not fire. I don't do fire.
She sort of like nods at you. She makes the save.
Of course she does.
So she rolled a 19. So,
She's a really, really old elf. Of course she's
yeah.
the same.
I mean, she doesn't have a super high charisma as far as you can tell, but I mean, but she just sort of, but she will nod at you, recognizing what it is, and say, she's just sort of nods at you, Sora, acknowledging that what she cast there. Not a big deal.
I wasn't trying to be like sneaky about it or
I know, yeah. Yeah,
it's
and
just
so
extra protections, you know?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, we're not violent people.
Actually, go ahead and Amethyst and Lucas give me charisma saving throws as well.
Because you're in it too. Do you want me to do my own, Jim?
Sure, yeah.
Charisma?
Yep.
31.
You're fine, obviously. Lucas, not so much.
13.
I believe that fails.
Dirty 20 for Sora.
Okay.
So we're all in the zone of truth here.
So, Lucas, you can't deliberately lie. You can still persuade, obviously, but obviously saying a lie is not available for you.
I don't think we're here to tell lies anyway, to be honest with you.
I'm
No.
just putting it out there. You cannot say something that's not true while you're here.
Yeah,
Go ahead
Pinocchio.
and put yourselves in the room because I think you guys are still standing outside at this. You're gonna be talking there. I know Lucas can sometimes use deception, but in this case, it won't be available. Okay.
We're not
Mm.
violent people. We are protective people. We obviously love this town and the people in it.
I assume that, yes.
We're not here to upset you or hurt you or do anything horrible to you. We just want a conversation. We're trying to gather some information, and we just, I'm hoping that you're going to give us what we want, knowing that we have ways of looking at what's inside your brain, but we're hoping that you will give it to us.
She's kind of like narrows her eyes at you on that one, like she doesn't.
Yeah, but
know
she
that.
knew that I detected thoughts on it before, though, didn't she?
She made the save. She made the save there, so
she made the save.
She just sort of like narrows her eyes and like nods. Of course.
Mhm.
Well, whatever you did
I don't
before.
want to have to do that. I just would hope that at this point you would know it's in both your best interest and the interest of the town to have this conversation with us.
Go on. Ask your questions.
Where do I want to be? Over here by the guard, by the
You'll
door.
let him know you have family in town.
I would rather not implicate them in anything in any
They're not going to be implicated.
unsavory business with me. I mean, she glances at the two guards. If I were to, based on what you know of me now, you may not look at them the same. Potentially.
I can't say that would not be a thing, but I can say for us, it wouldn't be, as you do your actions and they do their own actions.
I shared a soul with Wraith. We were more than related.
She doesn't seem to recognize that name.
Okay.
She doesn't show any sign of recognition of that. She kind of like, I mean, she's a very old elf there. She seems to be somewhat expressive, and she's not hard to read really, and she's not trying to be deceptive, but she doesn't react to that specifically.
Well, I will recognizing that in her face, I will say he was a very evil warlock, a follower of the Dark King, who was with the group trying to resurrect him. He was the one who was responsible for Addie being murdered. And what they did to her, I watched it. Elia watched it. We saw what they did to her. And it was not pleasant. And they haven't just done it to her, they've done it to many people.
Give me insight checks.
All of us?
Sure. You're all looking at her when this happens. There's definitely a reaction. It doesn't matter what
28.
Okay. Sora, I would say you kind of looked away at the moment when she weren't looking at directly at her. Based on the sticks that you
saw a
rolled.
moth on the lamp.
I'm definitely talking to that guard about going.
Yeah, you're sort of looking at him at this point. He's kind of looking at you. He's looking at him. Because at the most part, because I will say this is the first that these two guards are looking at. These are like just two normal looking guards, like town guards. Like what? They know about what happened to Addie, of course. So you're kind of looking at them. The two of you can just read it on her mind. She is absolutely combination of livid and extremely sad. It kind of plays back and forth there. When you mentioned, especially when you mentioned Addie.
Potentially some guilt as well.
Yes, somewhat. With a 27, 28, yeah. There's definitely that sort of, it's just anger, sadness, and then definitely some guilt mixed in there.
Yeah. And it was the goblins that you had in your home that did that.
Guilt trip. Oof.
Yeah.
The goblins that they sent to you for you to house or whatever. We just want to know who did it. We want to know who's responsible.
I would say that at least in part. And since you showed her the letter, I suspect my brother has a bit of a hand in this.
Now that she brought up her brother.
Mm-hmm.
What's your brother's name?
This is Corwin. I don't keep tabs on what he does or what he deals with. I have a way of speaking with him. He occasionally asks for information, and I provide it. Knowing that information is used for this, I have not spoken to him since that happened.
We helped him. Wraith was holding him hostage. He had a shadow demon in his home. And we saved.
I'm sure that was all deception. He is quite adept at that. I
don't like him.
And Amethyst, she looks at you intently and sort of touches her head.
I will send her a telepathic message. Is there something you want to say?
I don't want the guards to hear this.
Okay.
Before you say it, Jim, do the rest of us hear it? Because we already have telepathic bongo.
No.
It would be a one-way thing here, but then Amethyst could pass it on. So
I can pass it on to you telepathically.
Cool beans. Okay.
And I will let you all know that she wants to tell me something telepathically.
I don't want them to hear this. His granddaughter. She kind of points toward the door there. She runs the Fighting Unicorn. Daniela is his granddaughter. My niece, my grandniece. I am here to watch over her as well. And now that I know he's putting her in danger.
Is she involved?
No, she has no idea. I don't think she even knows who her grandfather is.
Okay.
Her mother left when she was very young. And you know Dana is also a half-elf. Blonde hair, blue-eyed. And then out loud, she will say, I have seen much in my time here. The changes in this place. And what you have brought to this place have been extraordinary. I would not see anyone else harmed. And with this, you know she's not. She may be holding something back a bit. She's
Then-
not. I mean, she's reluctant to say anything else. Just now that she's like, family is important. I know that now more than ever. It was not so much so in my younger years, but now I misplaced my loyalties with him. But with her, I will not see her harmed. Or she stops.
Do you know of your brother's plans
No,
to resurrect the Dark King?
I know. I have purposely never been a part of that. I don't want anything to do with that. I have never known exactly how deeply he is involved, but I know he did follow. It was part of it in some way.
But you know that by your feeding him information, that has assisted
I
him.
understand this, yes. I understand this now, yes.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to tell you what you want to know. I have no loyalty to him. Not now. This is why I've said nothing to him for quite a long time now.
Are you related to the Fairwoods?
Insight check.
$19.
Let me just see how composed she can be in this situation. No. Even Lucas, yeah, you kind of see her flinch a bit, and Amethyst, and she starts to. I mean,
Sorry, I thought that was still in her head. Sorry, still didn't see anything.
it's okay.
Nope.
No, I said that out loud.
Yeah. She just sort of enough that with a 19 and her rolling a 4. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't say it, but you can tell. Yes.
Well, that makes us almost family then.
That is my understanding. Since you have the bond there, so that it Elia would be my great granddaughter.
Okay. Do you know that her and I share a soul?
I don't know what you mean exactly. I know that she has grown up with some very interesting abilities. Yes. Difficulties in some ways. Yes.
Imaginary friends is what I was told.
Her and I and 3 others shared the same soul. It's called Shattered Soul Phenomenon, and it's the same as Addie had with her friends. I saw your face then.
Yep. Couldn't help it.
I know. And that was the souls that were being harvested to bring back the Dark King. That was...
You sure you want me to know all of this?
Yeah. Had we not taken down Wraith and his group, it would have been me and Elia next.
You're driving the guilt home, that's for sure. But I mean,
Good.
yeah. I mean, I'm just saying.
I want her to have the information to know how harmful this has been, so that she doesn't do it. Because I know
she's
that
cooperating
she cares.
fully at this point.
Mhm.
I mean,
I
she's not
know.
saying things in front of the guards here, but I mean, yes, you can definitely
I'm not
see
telling
her.
stuff just to hurt her.
I mean, well, you definitely are. I'm just saying, you just see her like freaking in on herself. There is the stuff she didn't know, she wasn't a part of. She definitely, is definitely understanding just how bad it is.
I told her that I came here to be truthful, and I wanted the same from her. That's all.
And she has been.
She's not even heard the half of it.
And again,
Does she need to, though?
And her actions have caused that kind of pain in many people.
so what is your goal here? Are you trying to break her down into nothing, or are you trying to just find out information? It sounds like you're trying to punish her now, and so I'm just
I'm not
like,
trying to punish her. I want her
Yeah.
to fully understand why we want to find her brother. I want her to fully understand that. Why
yeah,
we need to...
she does. You got
Okay.
it.
Um,
So I would say at this point, she is not holding anything back. She's occasionally saying things only to you because she doesn't want the guards to hear it.
Mhm.
is there
So yeah,
the last goblins that you let through here? How long ago was that?
that was when they sold the gem.
The diamond.
They stole it, and there haven't been any since.
Not that she was. That's the only time she's ever had anyone come into town. When Wraith killed Addie, he went straight to her cabin and dropped off from the
Mhm.
airship. They didn't come through town at that point.
That was almost a year ago.
Quite a long time, yeah. A good 8 months ago.
Is Corwin in his manor?
You asking her?
Yeah.
She doesn't know. I have no idea where it is.
Okay.
I had not spoken with him in. As I said, I've not spoken with him since it happened.
Does he come visit here?
No. He looks at you since you're standing by the door there. If you go up to my room, there's a table. There is a hand mirror on the table. That's how I spoke to him.
Okay, I'll head up there, grab it.
So I'll just kind of quickly show you where that is. Just so effectively, you can kind of take MS off the way here. Right there. There's a mirror sitting on the table.
There sure is, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
We totally should have seen that and did not.
You never wanted to. You gotta open the door, look the room as a room. Oh, there's some chairs over there, and then left.
I looked into the door. I saw
Thora.
mannequins and then left.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this side over here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sora, you will also see on the wall right here is a portrait that looks very similar to the one that's hanging up in the Fairwood's house.
Is it of the Fairwood?
Yeah, it's a family.
We still have telepathic bond. Yes.
Painted a second one from memory.
We still have telepathic
Sure.
bond.
Yeah. That's for an hour.
And with this, there's a painting of the Fairwood family up here. I'm gonna look around, see if there's any other paintings.
Yes, you will actually see. Actually, give me a. Actually, you kind of search around there. You will see actually, if you check around, In the nightstand over here, just kind of
Mhm.
set inside it, and you open it up there, there'll be actually kind of sitting on a little shelf inside there. Another one of the one who owns the Fighting Unicorn, runs the Fighting Unicorn, Daniela. A much more recent one.
Picture. Okay.
And then also another one of a dark-haired, half elven woman. And you see a resemblance definitely to Elia.
Dark-haired elven woman.
Half elven woman.
Half elven one. I will take that picture with me and the mirror, and leave the other picture on the nightstand.
Mhm.
Because now that we know, there's no reason for her to hide it. And
Actually, sorry, that one is of an elven woman. That full elf, not half elf.
full. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take that one with me and the mirror with me.
Sure.
Do I see pictures of the other families?
No.
Okay, then we'll just head back downstairs then. There's
Yep.
no certain
What's with
sense of
these paintings, dude?
don't know. Come downstairs and I'm gonna tell you, and
They're her family.
I'll show
Hmm?
you a picture of that
They're her
woman.
family.
Yeah.
I mean, so back to here. And you've shown Amethyst there. I mean, so the smaller, these are smaller little portrait ones. Do you grab both of them or just the one?
No, I grabbed just the one. The one we already knew about.
Vanilla. Yeah.
I left it there, but like on the nightstand displayed because
Okay.
at this point we already know. So I'll come over here and give the portrait and the mirror to Amethyst.
Okay. So the mirror is like a very ornate looking hand mirror. You can tell it is magical. The portrait that she hands to you definitely looks, you recognize the resemblance both to her and to Elia. Same dark hair, very bright green eyes, and it seems that she's definitely elven. And kind of piecing it together, figuring out this is probably
Elia's grandmother.
Elia's grandmother.
Her daughter.
Her daughter.
She's still alive?
You ask her?
Hmm.
I don't think so. We have not spoken since she left here. We came here together. And then she left.
What's her name?
Celine.
Okay.
She decided to marry a human. At the time, I was very against this.
Of course you were.
Obviously. Well,
Could have been worse. Could have been a gnome, right? That was completely sarcastically, by the way.
Yes, of course. She just doesn't acknowledge it. She's our family. You don't need to know all the details there. Things were very different in Scarlos at the time. My brother and I left. When the controls were being established, the birthing contracts and everything else, we did not want to stay there and live under that sort of regime. So, we moved away.
Understandable.
So, it is a time. It is it's not even worth worrying about now. She was young. I mean, she was. You get the impression she was not a child, but she was young. and she ran off with the man. I don't know what happened to them exactly, but I did learn of their child. And I reached out, and that was Elia's mother, who I told her of opportunities here in the growing town of Craven's Rest.
Did she know that you were her grandmother?
I think she knew eventually, but unfortunately she passed on. The children, my great-grandchildren were very young. It is I think that she unfortunately became ill, and we don't know exactly what happened, but she passed on.
Do any of them know that you're related?
No, they do not. I
Do
never
you want
told
to keep it that way?
I would prefer it, yes. Especially if I'm going to be incarcerated and taken off to some place to pay for my involvement in these situations. I'd rather not know that my actions led to Elia's mentor's murder.
At this point, I don't even know if... I don't know.
I mean,
If
I
you're
would love
saying
to
that you
say-
don't want to be involved anymore.
I try to
Oh, I'm
do
sorry.
good. I have no wish. I never had any desire to be part of my brother's dealings. He was a very persuasive, commanding type person. He was the one who told me to come here in the first place. I brought my daughter here over a century ago to watch over the place. Never really told me why exactly, and I did what he said. Not realizing what it meant. When eventually I learned. But I would say, yes.
I don't, for me personally, I don't think incarceration is necessary just for letting a few goblins stay at your house, especially seeing as how you're saying you didn't know. The problem is the attack afterwards.
I'm
It is.
definitely going to recommend that she's not incarcerated if she's going to give her word that it ends now. She's been helpful.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, it's just our core group, the mayor and the baron and Dunkhorn that know about what's going on, right? And these two guards, obviously,
Pretty
who
much,
are
yeah.
going to keep their mouths shut, right? And
If that's what needed, yes. You want us to step outside?
Probably best, yeah.
I think we should probably go through Dunkhorn first before we make that kind of decision. It's on him, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they could just stand outside the door. They don't have to go too far.
And they've heard a lot of this already. I mean, some of it's telepathic, some of it's not. So, they've heard enough to know that she's involved in something that's not very good. But again, they've. Let me just roll some real quick here. Let me just roll a couple.
They didn't know how much information Dunkhorn would have given them in the first place.
God dang it, they're pretty smart.
Yeah.
They they know enough at this point, but they sort of like I understand. We can step outside if you want.
The only thing right now that doesn't sit well with me is keeping secrets from Alia. I'm not sure I can promise you that.
You're talking to her, not me. Yeah, gotcha.
Because we have to trust one another.
And you obviously should do as you see fit. I have never really been a part of her life. And I never desired to be more than someone she knew.
But you have family here that could be your family.
And they are. And I've watched them grow. I've
But
watched them.
actively.
I have no need of being actively there. An observer is fine.
You could be, I don't know. They're a great family.
I know. I've watched
Maybe I'm
them.
just biased.
I have seen so. And I am very proud of what they've done. And to know that I've done something that caused them harm is something I will take with me the rest of my days. And I have no desire to step in and force myself into their lives. I have been content to watch over them and enjoy their successes from afar.
Will you give us your word that if your brother or any of his friends reaches out to you, you will let us know? Or
I
let
will.
somebody know in town?
I will. I have no interest in ever seeing him or his lackeys again. He can go burn in hell for all I care. I'm sure he will.
And they're putting up any more goblins, yeah?
Filthy little beast.
Then I think we will be recommending that you're not incarcerated. Potentially just have someone keep an eye on you, but
I will make sure that my curtains are drawn.
perhaps not when you're changing.
Really confused by that one.
Wow.
Okay. Well, thank you for your honesty, and I'm sorry. I've been incredibly hurt and angry and overly protective, and
I as well.
I guess we'll see you soon, neighbour. I'm happy to leave it there.
Okay.
Unless anybody else has got anything they want to say. I want to apologise on my behalf after I've left.
Okay. All right. In that case, with that, we are going to jump to break. It is that time. So let's go ahead and have ourselves a little time to kind of process some of that. And we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back. So, with your time with Corlela coming to a close here, assurance that she has nothing to do with her brother or his activities, has no intention of ever supplying him with any more information, and you having taken the item that allowed her to do so, um, along with a rather interesting looking portrait of who you assume to be Elia's grandmother. Um,
Did we take that? I don't think we
Really?
would have taken it, did we?
did you put it back?
I
The
would
clock or
get
the mirror?
the
No,
portrait.
no. The portrait's up to you whether or not you take it. I handed you the mirror. I figured we were going to take the mirror with us.
Oh, I can happily give it back to her.
Okay.
I've already
She's-
told her I'm going to tell Elia. So.
Um, with that, so the portrait will say you have the mirror, and luckily you didn't have to deal with the things that were in her sewing room, effectively.
And it's cold to you?
Mannequins.
Yes, a mannequin. But with that, you guys can head back outside into the village proper. With the time you spent in there and the time you talked to her for a bit there, the preparations on the square have kind of shifted over from just basic um, uh, daytime activities to people's like setting up for the nighttime activities. They're actually setting out more tables. The tavern there is opening up, actually moving out some actual like small kegs and such, and setting out tankards and everything else for people to kind of start get drinks and everything. Um, uh, and the shifting from a more playful aspect to a more of a party aspect for the evening. Um, did you want to go check in again and deliver your information to the Baron and Duncorn and the mayor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They won't be meeting at this point currently, but you can kind of track them down. You will find the mayor at that point. At this point, is definitely he's actually he'll be back in town hall there, speaking with Welby, his assistant there, and just kind of checking in on the preparations for the evening's celebration. You're back. I take it things went well. I assume, well, the bit of a long face is on you a bit. Not the best of information, I assume, maybe.
We don't really have a lot in the way of information, but she has been as helpful as possible.
Good.
I think we would recommend as a group that she's not incarcerated. Maybe just have someone keep their eye on her. She doesn't seem to pose as a threat.
I would have been shocked if she was actually a real threat, but we will make sure that we watch over her. That's totally understandable. But yes, I would not want to. She's an old woman, and I mean, and she's been a fixture of this town, the city now for generations at this point. So, I'm glad that nothing more is really necessary. But I will make sure to pass that along information. If you wish to let the good Baron and the captain know, it would be as well. I'm sure that they're would need to be in the loop as well. Obviously, I can pass along the information as from what I understand here, but I will endorse your recommendation.
She has given us the means to, well, there was an item that her brother was using to contact her, and she's handed it over to us, which hopefully we'll be able to use ourselves to track him down and prevent him from hurting anybody else.
I'm happy to hear that. Obviously, there's a lot to be concerned about there. Um,
Mhm.
I'm glad we've had our defenses are in place, and that everyone is much more aware of imminent threats and such. I'm glad that there's nothing more to be worried about at the time.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy the festivities tonight. That definitely warrants some celebration. I think you should definitely have a good time, and please, and know that you are a valued member of this community, all of you, and I
Okay.
am so happy you came to stay with us.
Me too.
Excellent. Well, go on, have fun, and
You have a good night.
with that, he sort of um, gets back to preparations there. Welby setting things out. Um, you can see they're definitely in the middle of kind of checking on the. There definitely is coin involved in what their preparations are setting up there. So they are making sure there's money in the coffers for the happening.
Mhm. Sora, do you want to tell Duncorn, and I'll go and speak to Alia and Mr. Fairwood? Or do you want to go together?
I mean, I could go tell Duncorn and see what he says.
Okay. Just, I mean, very similar. I mean,
Very
while
similar.
he's very similar thing. Glad there isn't a cause for concern that you kind of dealt with the issue there. Yes, he has no interest in incarcerating or punishing an old woman. And if you're comfortable with that, then he will ensure that the guards that while they won't like be stationed at her place there to kind of watch over and keep tabs on things. So there is that aspect there.
Maybe not for very long. Kind of do like house arrest, but she's already stays at home anyhow. So
for the most part, I mean, she's not the only person that's seen out and about very much.
right.
Obviously, yeah.
Just
go ahead.
nope. I didn't. It was sneezing coming. Sorry.
Okay. No problem. As Amethyst, you're heading out to check in with the Fairwoods there. Lucas, as you're kind of where you're ending up there, you will actually catch sight of Gilby kind of flagging you down, the person who put you onto this mission in the first place. What are you I couldn't help but notice that well, there's guards and stuff talking, like watching over, and you kind of seen coming and going from the seamstress's place. I mean, fine wares and all. Is that something to do with our little predicament here?
Yes. It
Hmm.
seems that she was providing information to
So
her
brother, huh? That's interesting.
Corwayne.
Wayne. Don't think I know that name specifically. Is it someone we should pass along information about, or I mean, where was this Corwayne person?
Dravia.
Oh, interesting. So she had a way of contacting someone in Draver then. Well,
You know as well that he runs like orphanages and homeless shelters and looks after vulnerable people. So
Yeah, I'll tell him what we know about him, and that he pretended to be threatened by Wraith. It turns out he was obviously in league with him all along.
well, that sounds pretty duplicitous. I think maybe I will send that through the channels there and see if someone can keep tabs on maybe tracking him down and dealing with it. That would be something to watch out for. The syndicate representatives in Dravier, I know, are top notch. We'll go ahead and see what they can come up with. Appreciate that. What's going to happen with her? I mean, is she
I think that we're just going to keep an eye on her. I think she didn't realise the extent of the information she passed on, what the consequences.
So she's a patsy then. Got it. Right. Well, sure. You know, I will make it a bit of a personal responsibility to make the rounds and add her to my rotation of people I keep tabs on myself. Maybe even check on have an associate potentially do the same. Um, it's always good to know who's suspicious in this place and who isn't. And
Yeah.
right. Well, I appreciate that. You know, I think I'm not sure that we can really offer much to you. I mean, you're all quite wealthy individuals, but if you ever need some information, don't hesitate to call on us. I mean, I know you have ways of coming and going that we can't even. Um, y- you have a lot more resources at your disposal than I do specifically here. But if there's ever something you need, run through various channels there. Let us know. We can definitely see what we can do.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Well, enjoy the festivities. I'm sure they're going to be a good time tonight there. Maybe do a couple rounds of King's Call. That'd be a little fun there. A little gambling on the side there. I can promise the dice are not rigged. We've made sure of that, so nothing's. And we do watch over that to make sure that no one's doing any kind of cheating. Master Games is very good about making sure the games are all on the up and up, but we always do what we can to make sure it stays that way.
Yeah, good. Good to know.
Excellent. Well, have fun, and thanks again for tying up that loose end. I was definitely worried about there being a well fox in the hen house, as they say sometimes.
Yeah.
Um, and well, moving on then to the Fairwoods, as this ran off and ran back real quick. Yeah, you will find that actually you'll check in. Elia's essentially on her way back in from the forests for the north there. Let you know that she's planning to be here for the evening. So it's not hard to get a hold of her.
I'll just mention to her that I would like a word with her and her father at the same time, if that's possible.
Okay. Want him to come over to the house, or do you want to meet over at his house? And she kind of pauses as she's like, his house, as though saying our house. So she started to.
Oh, whatever's easiest for both of you.
I mean, I'm sure he's always kind of comfortable there, but I mean, if you want a more private conversation, maybe better at the house rather than his house.
At our place?
Yeah, our house, right? And you look like she grew up in the house that she's talking about, his house, and now she's like kind of yeah. And then she spent probably the last like 8 or so years of her life living mostly up at Addie's place. So so she's kind of like in between houses now at this point. But yeah, I guess our house, right? So sure, I'll let him know.
Okay.
And I mean, within half an hour to an hour or so, you can set that up there. And let me know what it is you're going to tell them. Is anyone else going to be there?
I don't know. Anybody else want to come?
I would probably tell Dorncorn what I needed to tell him, and then try to join the party's festivities type stuff that's going on.
Yeah, at that point, essentially, some folks might need a little help moving some heavy stuff around, moving some tables, set up the tables. They may kind of call on you if you're willing to jump in and lug a table or a barrel or some chairs around. There's definitely, yeah. So as they're kind of shifting from daytime festival type things to nighttime like party times, they're definitely. The square is being set up there to have almost like a feast and or party and everything else. A small like stage kind of thing is being set up in front of the town hall itself, where some musicians obviously can set up.
What's the stage for?
Lucas is performing.
What? Shut up. We're gonna actually hear him sing.
I mean, well, we have a number of different musicians that plan to take the stage, and some very. And this will be talking to you because he's probably the one kind of directing things out there for them in place of the mayor at this point. So I think there's a number of different musicians that are planning to play. It's kind of whoever wants to hop up there and play. They're welcome to it. We actually have someone coming in from Port Oris who's going to be performing on Friday night. It's going to be a really really fun. Supposed to be a really great band that's going to be playing. But tonight's more of an amateur night. People kind of the fantasy equivalent of open mic night.
Right.
People can sign up and
awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, and people can obviously he kind of points to there's tables set up over at the Unicorn and the Flagon, and people can kind of get drinks and food and hang out there and watch and listen. And this whole area right over here, you kind of points over there. It's people can dance and play and it's up there. And there's gonna be games over there. Some of the games there. They're gonna clear out the kids' games and put up the more I guess gambling type games that are over there. So,
can I ask you a question?
Is he related to Eldon?
It's Welby. I mean, he's just the kind of the young halfling.
Oh
man, my head again.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Telepathic bond never leaves us.
No, I mean, he tends to be a little nervous, more flighty than Eldon, rather than so he's definitely showing a little more excitement than you've seen normally. He's very sort of like trying to be very proper but he's not really in his element. He's not behind the desk.
Right.
So
hey,
yeah.
Do me a favor. Take a deep breath
I am
in.
just fine. I'm good.
I
had a little
coffee.
I don't have coffee. I had a little bit to drink, and it's kind of it's a little different than normal, but I like it. So but yeah, I think we're good. But yeah, I think maybe Andres might need some help with some tables. Janela maybe too. Oh, she's got Mark. He's doing most of the work over there. I think. And she's got the Master of Games over there to help to move things around too. He's pretty strong. They're pretty strong. Yeah, that's right.
Awesome. Oh, I guess I'll go see Andres. Unless I see Amethyst running around going to someplace else, I'll probably go over to Andres and see if he needs help.
I'll let you know that I'm going to go and talk to Alia and her father and let them know about the old lady.
Okay.
Being Alia's great-grandmother.
Do you want company for that, or did you want to kind of keep it a family thing?
I don't mind.
Okay.
You can come if you want, or you can not come. I don't mind.
Andres is strong enough himself. I'll go help.
Yeah,
with you.
He's got people to help. Yeah, it's like he's not really strong, but he's not like trying to lift tables by himself. And I mean, he's got Dev there with him, and so Dez with him. So yeah, so we'll cut to there at the house. You guys can hang out in the dining room or the parlor, one of the places. or the library, or whatever you feel like talking to them.
Wherever they're most comfortable, I don't mind.
Call it the dining room then, since there's tables and chairs that sit in there, and some refreshments can be dropped in place there. Some
Good old Iris.
Yeah, that's Reese who brings us the food. Iris is in charge of everything else. Yeah.
yeah, she's in charge of it, keeping the place in order, pretty much.
All right. Well, Iris told Reese to bring us food.
Sure. Probably, yeah.
Snap your fingers. Come on, Reese, let's go.
Yeah.
I know you just came back from the dead and all, but let's go.
That was months and months ago.
That was ages ago, yeah.
Yep.
It was.
So I guess I will fill them in on what happened so far.
Okay.
And then
they are suitably. So in terms of what's fill them in, you talk about like what that she supplied the information that she
yeah.
Effectively.
And that she's obviously very sorry about that. She didn't realize the extent to what her information was doing, and that she's obviously feels very guilty about it and everything.
Yep. You get a good read on these two. I mean, obviously you know them pretty well, especially Elia. She's an open book there. She's obviously very upset.
Yeah.
More sad that someone she knows has known all her life would be involved in this in some way.
Yeah.
Although you suspect more upset at the being reminded of the situation rather than upset at Corletta. Fairwood, however, he's definitely a lot more cold about it. He's just, I'll take your word that she's can be trusted, but someone that's brought potential harm in this manner.
I think the biggest thing that she's guilty of is family loyalty, and she understands now the severity of that, and she is no longer in contact with him. In fact, gave up the item that allowed her to be in contact with him. So
let's step in the right direction at least. We'll see how things progress in that aspect then.
I'm saying that I have more information for you two.
Box of tissues will drop on the table in front of them.
And it might, I don't know how you're going to feel about it. It might be quite difficult, but I don't want to have any secrets. She actually asked me not to say anything, but I told her that I couldn't do that because I don't want to have secrets from especially you, Elia. The old lady, she was your mother's grandmother.
And they're just sort of like this confusion leads to shock to Janice is just the eyes just go narrow. He gets a little cold here. So
she has been keeping her eye on you, cares about you all very much.
Enough to
and
go
also
sending. Go ahead.
Has another member of family in town. His name is
the last unicorn.
Danella.
And they're both kind of confused.
Danella is her brother's granddaughter. So that would make you cousins.
Mm-hmm. Some degree removed there. I'm not sure how that all works.
Cousin or something.
Yeah. Well, And Ellie's sort of like, so I have a great grandmother and a cousin I didn't even know about.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just sort of like, I mean, the weird, like, welling of emotions of just like, I almost more than she can process. Fairwood
Yeah.
is just like, oh, I think that we have to.
Process. The word you're looking for is process.
Yeah,
Of course.
it's a lot. It's a lot to process.
And
But I think that the people that she spoke about in her letter that she wrote to her brother, saying that people that she cares about very much got hurt because of her giving him information, that would be you people.
I can't say it's. Looking back, I can see there were gifts. A painting I mentioned,
Mhm.
clothing for the girls, and even birds.
She has a painting the same in her own home.
I'm glad you're not keeping the secret, because obviously the secret's gone our entire lives, not even knowing that family was here. Well,
And I can't even. When I asked her if Elia's mother knew that she was family, did she say yes or no?
she
No.
wasn't sure.
Okay.
She didn't think so.
Okay. I think at
She
least that,
she had never told her.
yeah.
She
Okay.
knew. Corlelia knew,
Mhm.
but she'd never told Elia's mother.
Okay. So at least there's
and
that, you know, he wasn't keeping it from them. So I'll let them know that too, that she wasn't actually aware of that.
well, it's a lot to process, a lot to worry, to think about.
Mhm.
She will be, of course, kept under guard and watched, at least until the terms. I would leave that more in the hands of Duncorn.
Mhm.
So, but obviously she can't be fully trusted either.
No.
Well, thank you for providing this information.
And we'll do whatever we can to try and track down her brother and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck in that endeavor. Hopefully he's not anywhere near here. He didn't specify where he was from, actually, so.
We know that he's from Dravia. We've actually met him. We had no idea.
Well,
that's yeah.
Some place to start, at least. Well, with that, he's like, I should go and deal with what I can before things get lively for this evening. So,
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I'm sorry to drop this on you on today of all days, but
No.
I didn't want to keep it.
There's no good day to do something like this, so it's good to know the information at least. Thank you. So he'll get up and heading out there. Elliot just sort of he kind of like he doesn't like escort her out there. I mean, basically she's like, "Oh, see you later." Yes. And at this point, you can see that she's definitely tears in her eyes. She's not like sobbing, but she's definitely just.
And when he leaves, I'll go over and give her a hug.
Yeah. She hugs you back, and it's like obviously kind of having to relive the loss and then learning of family and then how that led to the loss and just kind of circling around the whole thing there. So she's definitely kind of caught in that little bit there. Anything else? Anything else that anyone's passing on?
Nope.
Or okay.
Not just yet.
All right. So, let me just check something real fast. Sorry, just okay. So, what day did you send those letters out? Was it when you got back to town, or
It was the day I got back to town.
gotcha? It'll be a couple days then. Okay,
Hmm.
let's check. So, all right. I was trying to remember. I need to put on my calendar when when return messages will come to you.
Mm.
Well, it'll be a little while. Other
It will be.
than
Mhm.
yeah.
We already
With
did
that,
the message because the message was to
yeah,
yeah.
astrologs. Yep, exactly. All right. In that case, the evening will. By the time this all kind of gets into full swing here, again, it is summertime, so the nights kind of go long. It is the sun is still in the sky. It's still pretty bright out there when the festivities start up there. The music starts playing. The square, people kind of move out to the square. There's very few children actually on the square at this time. Um, Most people that are here are either ones that don't have children or the children are at home, one of the two. So it's definitely a more of a adult atmosphere party. Um, as I said, food and drinks on either side. The music is playing, and we'll switch over to something a little bit more. Uh, I lost my fun music for this.
Don't do that.
I know. This might be a little bit more lively. We'll see. No, that's not it. That's not the one. Anyway, we'll find something here in a minute. That's the wrong playlist. Go away. Uh, anyway, um, there will be uh the kind of the first act that comes up there is just sort of a typical little um jaunty tunes being played on a drum and a flute. A pair up there playing. No one's singing, but it's just very lively, bouncy music, and that there's people kind of dancing out in front of the stage area there. It's not very loud, but it's enough that if you're there by the stage, you can definitely hear it. But as more people kind of file into the area there, it kind of gets drowned out a little bit more. Um, but uh, food and drinks, the games over here, you'll see that there is a fairly a number of tables set up there, and along the side of so between next to the fighting unicorn and between where Nimbus is, there's a long sort of uh there's people that they're throwing things down at a target next to the building over here. There's a couple of people there. They're playing some sort of a dice game for the most part. You see, it's fairly lively. I think people are taking things out there. There's a lot of loud voices and people drinking already. So people standing around there with sandwiches in hand or little baskets of food they're munching on while they're walking around. So where would you like to go first?
Food.
Food.
Sora's
Okay.
gonna go hunt
Of
for
course.
food.
Okay. So effectively, the Fighting Unicorn as their kind of their specialty is sandwiches. They've got all kinds of bread sandwiches, all kinds of foods like that. Different kinds of bread, different kinds of meats, fillings, cheese, all that kind of stuff like that. A lot of different varieties. Whereas over at the unicorn at the flagon, it's a lot of think like pub food in terms of like pretzels and wings and um, cheese sticks and stuff like that. Lots of fried type things like that. They're all seasoned in various ways. There's not really any specifically like there's no roasting pig or anything else like that. There's no barbecues up there. It's mostly just like that sort of food there. There's a lot of it though. It seems to be
Hmm.
like as you look up there, more sandwiches are being brought out constantly. The baskets of food are just basically pretty much going nonstop. Um, it seems they both have people helping out in the kitchens.
Do you all need help?
Which side are you asking?
The whichever side could hear me with all the people around.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the unicorn. It's essentially you will see Danella there in very fancy, kind of a bluish dress. Her hair done up, kind of pulled up there. Her blonde hair kind of pulled back there, just kind of moving back and forth, being very pleasant there. And then Mad Mark, of course, just arms crossed. Anyone asking a question, and then handing them whatever they ask for, or stepping inside, coming back out. Definitely not really um, uh, an odd mix between because you almost never see the two of them at the same time because he works in the day, she works in the evenings. So the fact that they're both out there at the same time, it's this weird disposition of her being very friendly and conversational, and him just that never that monosyllabic grunt. Um, so
I like the idea that maybe one day somebody will say something and he'll just do like a complete silent Bob and just come out with a whole like sentence, and then
no
never
one's
speak
ever
again.
heard him do that. So it's one of those things like as far as they know. Yeah,
Challenge
it's
accepted.
um
Uh,
yeah, so and over here on the other side there, essentially you see there's basically so Dale, Andres and Des were kind of like are just constantly kind of moving in and out, coming and going. One of them's either making up drinks and handing them out. One of them's moving food and handing it out there. And you're not sure exactly. It seems like a well-oiled machine between the three of them right now. Um, the only person of the four of them that's not like actively moving back and forth is Jenny, who's basically just there serving drink. Um, Very pregnant. Um, and she's just sort of like
yes,
handing out
she
drinks there.
is.
She's not really making them. She's just more like handing them out people who ask and kind of handing people their stuff as the other three of them kind of like just kind of come and go.
The craziness that is that I will go up and ask her if she's okay if she needs me to tag in, hand
Um,
people drinks and stuff.
Maybe just I need to sit down for a bit. Sure, I'm. Yeah, it's
Yep.
little much. Um, so she like thank you, and she'll just kind of take a seat off to the side there and just hand some sort of a lemonade type drink or something like that, and just
Hmm.
sits down. Okay. Um. Yeah. When the foods are all there, they should be. If you're not sure what people are asking for, just let me know. I can point out to what it is. Drinks. The different pitchers are all labeled. They should be all good.
Yeah, yeah, I got this. I can do
Okay.
this. I think.
Um. Yeah.
You like the
It's
Kool-Aid?
You know, all of the Kool-Aid. Oh yeah.
um. So yeah, it's very lively because again the stage is actually closer to this spot over here, so there's much more dancers. People
Hmm.
come off the dance area, come over there and grab drinks. There's a bunch of tables set up even all the way around to the side over here, around the side of the building there. People can kind of come up there, get their food and their drinks, then go back and sit down, or go wander off with them. Um, Occasionally, people come back up there with a hand you a drink there. I need a refill, and it's gonna just gonna pour out what they ask for and hand it
Uh-huh.
along. If you do make any mistakes, no one seems to notice because they're just like coming and going and oh okay, yeah, grab a basket of food and off they go and come back,
Hmm.
put the empty basket back on the section there and like while you're sitting, you just see Andres. Oh, very good. That's Thank you very much. You okay? Are you all right? Yes. All right. Good. Yeah. Um, Anything else? And like, just no. We're almost out of this. Right. Of course. Yeah. Back in he goes there. Um, and yeah, just this sort of like weird, nonstop, dance
Hmm.
between the three of them.
Yeah, I will be here until she's good to get back up on her feet
Sure.
again. Uh-huh.
Uh, yeah.
And then I guess go get some actual food for myself.
Okay. I mean, it eventually Andres says, take what you want. And like I recommend the new ones there. It's a kind of a spicy coating on that there. You might like that. I don't have a feeling um on the breaded chicken things over there. They're really spicy. Good stuff.
I'll take some of that and then
Yep.
I
Yep.
think you're
attempt to go.
spicy enough, young lady.
Pair
I've been
pair it up
told.
Mm.
pair it up with he's like pair it up with the tea. The pitcher over here is the one that's not alcohol. It's an iced tea there, lots of raspberry lemon infusion there. Really, really good.
I'll
Stop
watch
making
you know
faces.
me so well because I don't drink.
Do what I want.
Exactly.
Do what? Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I'll grab some of that and then I'll
Yeah.
go find
There's a
some
picture
seats
of
and I'll
yep.
hold chairs if I can for the whole
Sure.
group.
Yeah. Um Amethyst, are you and Ellie gonna wander around or okay?
Yeah,
Um
definitely.
she definitely by the time you guys are back out there, she's kind of back into more um her normal self at least, and so a
Mhm.
lot of people are coming up to her and like saying hi and everything else, and it I mean everybody knows who she is at this point, especially probably the people in the crowd. There are the loggers and the other ones who and some of the hunters, and they'll come in and they're all dressed in nicer clothes than normal, so and some of them they don't quite fit right, and um, but she's always very friendly to each one of them and greets them, every one of them by the name, every one of them by name.
Mhm.
Um, and so you kind of get that constant like they don't come up and like get in her face and but they just kind of like hello back, and then um, at least a couple are just sort of like looking at two of you together, and just sort of at least one or two out in the crowd there as you pass by look a little bit jealous.
Mhm. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Good.
Um, she's like, do you want to play any games? You want to go dance? What do you want to do? Food, drink, whatever.
Definitely go for food.
Okay.
And anything you want to do, I don't mind.
She kind of, so you kind of do this circuit there. Um, she definitely gets a mug of ale and one of the sandwiches from over at the Unicorn there. Um, and can't help but notice an odd look on her face when she sees Danella.
Hmm.
So she's looking at it going, this is just says hi, and they'll oh hi there go. Yeah, I think we're all good here. Um, anything she's like grab any one of the sandwiches you want there, take it off and have fun. And and she's just sort of like in full hostess mode of kind of like moving up and down the makeshift outdoor bar that's set up there with all the different drinks and everything else, pouring and everything else.
I will make sure that she knows that Danella doesn't know either.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's one of those she doesn't like staring like staring at her, and that, but you notice the look on her face when she looks at her like,
Mhm.
hmm.
I'll
um,
squeeze her hand when that happens,
yeah,
just to let her know that I know.
okay. Uh, so and Lucas, where are you headed?
Maybe wandering around, trying the food and drink.
Okay. Everything is really is definitely um it's it's obviously being made fresh because it's all going very, very quickly. So uh but it is also sort of like obviously made quickly. So um uh so you definitely have had better, but it's sort of it's sort of like it reminds you a lot of some of the crazy like outdoor parties that happened in an old Caroon. It's sort of that occasionally you'd have like a couple things like putting on these elaborate like essentially block party kind of things in various places. The only thing missing is there would be a lot louder and um, uh, more obnoxious music going on of varying kinds.
I can fix that if you want me to, Lucas, and make it feel just like home.
Maybe. Okay.
I have an instrument, I think.
I think so.
You'll get up and play at some point.
Okay. Definitely when you get up there, there's sort of like, and you basically lute lyre. Which instrument are you dropping into there?
Me or Lucas?
Either or, yeah.
Yeah, probably a liar.
Okay. Right. And sorry, don't you have a drum or a flute? What is it?
I forget. I'm looking through my stuff now. I remember I picked up an instrument. I just didn't know what instrument it was or why I had it. Oh, I don't have it. I think I
Okay.
traded it in for the fishing equipment.
Oh, gotcha. No worries. But with that, then the definitely you end up with at some point you'll see kind of the crew of Serenity kind of moving through. They're definitely mingling among the crowd. You spot a number of them there. You don't necessarily see Bert and Hogarth, although well, you spot Hogarth there at some point there, and he's actually over at the general store there talking up the Benzingers there, and just sampling little bits of the various food and stuff they have set up there in front, which seems to be an oddly wide variety of cheeses. Is their thing there, and he's like taking little bits and pieces of each one, and then actually like actually buying a bunch, and you will eventually spot Bert just sort of sitting like up on the edge of the roof, like of the general store there, just kind of sitting there, just kind of lazily like watching over the crowd, tail flicking back and forth, just kind of staying out of the press of people and trampling feet. At various points, you will spot Manuel with a different person each time you see him. Not like draped on them, but just like walking around. At one point, dancing with somebody. Another point, like over at the throwing board, like throwing darts at the throwing board there, exchanging. Like he seems like every time you spot him, he's with somebody different. But like not in a way that like makes it look like he's doing anything more than having fun. Yeah. So eventually you will spot. Oh my gosh, names. Too many names in my head. Your first mate and Una, husband and wife there, at one of the tables nearby the jeweled flagon there, enjoying some food and some drinks. Just kind of quietly watching over everything. You see her sort of like very carefully eating each, like she's got a little bit of everything, like eating each thing, sort of like very contemplative about everything she's eating. Like, how do we recreate this? What goes into this? What are these ingredients? And him just sort of like carefully watching over everything. With that though, if anyone would like to partake of anything of either the games, we can do that as well. There's the two sets of games going. The throwing board is kind of like darts, effectively, and you will notice that people are walking away either with coins or at the darts. At the throwing board, there happens to be a small table set up nearby that has what look to be little like wooden figurines, or little boxes set up there. There's just a couple that are set up there. Little wooden figurines with different like animal shapes and stuff like that. Little figures and such. And you'll see that essentially they're throwing either darts or daggers at the board, and then if they occasionally there's a cheer going up there as someone walks away with either a figure or one of the boxes.
Zora will go up to the dagger
Sure.
and throw some stuff.
And Master of Games will walk over to you and you would like to have try your hand at the throwing board. You get 3 throws, darts or daggers, your choice. If you can score, and you'll see there's numbers all the way. It's like a dartboard. Instead of a circle, it's a bunch of like numbers and stuff scattered all over the place. You see, they're 1 to 20, and of varying sizes. The lower numbers being the largest sections, and the smaller ones, the largest up to 20, which is the smallest section there, with a right in the center, a perfect little tiny circle. And it says, so then the values, if you can hit the values, you get that many points for your throw. If you can hit the smallest target there, it is, if you can touch the smallest target, it is 50. If you can hit the center of it, it is 100. 3 throws, anything over 50 points wins.
All right.
50 points, one of the figures, or 100 points for one of the boxes, which is the gaming set.
Nice.
I hope you, well, good luck. And at some point, you'll see, we'll just say, as you stand there, like, Gilby sets up there. Want to make it interesting? I mean, what I'm saying is a little coin on each throw, so you can get the most for throw and the most overall.
Sure.
Alrighty. And so effectively, make an attack roll. It's going to be your proficiency modifier plus your dex modifier. So, it can be
My dex is a 0.
I know this. So,
So
yeah,
just
throwing is
D20 plus 4.
Yep. And effectively, the number you get is if you get anything less than 20, that's the value you get. And if you get above 20, you either get the bullseye or the outer inner ring of the bullseye.
So good luck on critting. Got it.
Yeah. Yes. Una.
20.
Excellent.
I got a 20.
So you got a 20 in your first throw. Let's see what he gets. He does have a little bit higher, a little less proficiency with a little more dex. But he gets plus 6. Ooh, 25. So that first round goes to him. But you got a very good score as your first one. You're well on your way to winning something.
I'm a winner either way. All right.
Like, oh, well, let's say we put a goal in this next throw.
Okay.
Okay.
Go
ahead and make your throw.
Nope.
Oh, so 7. So 27 so far. Let's see. I don't think he can actually lose this one. He didn't lose it much. He only has 29. So yep. So he only got a 9. So he's at he is at 59. And you're at 27. So go ahead and so he'll take the gold from you and the double or nothing on the last throw.
Of course. How much are we putting on this? Because we never said anything.
He didn't bet on the first throw. He basically bet on the second, but a gold in the second throw. Now it's 2 gold for the next throw.
Okay, cool.
So go ahead and make your thing there.
There we go.
You get a 13 or higher, you get a prize.
Nope. 7.
Oh, okay. And he got a 9 as well. So he will take your 2 gold. Kind of thank you very much. I appreciate it. That wasn't I had to make it interesting, there. I mean, that first throw was a pretty good one, but and he like, tell you what though, why don't you pick out whatever figurine you want there. And
seriously?
There's all kinds of there's about a dozen or more figures there, all different animals and such as that. So pick whichever little wooden animal figurine you want.
I want
would
a
you like?
bird. A bird.
Okay, sure. Yeah, they have birds. And so little wooden bird figurine, like it was a pleasure there. That definitely money well spent. And he goes wandering off there. You have fun.
You too. Keep up the good work.
And he kind of like retrieves the daggers he threw into the board there and kind of flips them away. And all right.
Funny fella. Is there anything else other games that we were looking at?
You see the tables there set there. It's a game called King's Call, and what you can tell is it's definitely a betting game. It's a dice game involving betting, and people are absolutely. It's a lot more rowdy because it's everyone kind of at a table there, making dice throws and such.
So this is all luck of the dice then, huh?
This one is yes, and you'll see Master Games with kind of like if you wish to sit down on a table there, there's 4 players to a game. You will roll. Everyone will make their first wager. Roll again, make the second wager. Roll third, and whoever comes out on top wins the pot, as they say. Now, so what this is that the first roll is a D6. So it's a D8. Second roll is a D6. The last roll is a D4. And each roll wins essentially wins a part of the pot, and then the last gets the rest of it. So essentially,
So we're trying to get like the highest on the roll,
highest,
the lowest?
highest total. So the highest for each, and the highest total wins the rest. So basically, ante up is 2 silver for the first round, 5 silver for the second round, and a gold for the last round.
Okay, I'll play.
Yeah.
To Amethyst. Lucas, are either of you going to play?
Do I jump in there too?
I can't hear you. Finished talking, but.
Oh, okay. Couldn't hear you at all.
Are you going to play?
Yeah, I'll play. Lucas will play.
Sweet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
I was.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
I've been talking. I've been saying I was going to play that game that Sora played and everything.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, with the figures?
I'm like, look at my hot shaped ship. Look. Oh.
That's it.
Piece of pen.
So, all right. So 2 silver in for the first round.
So that's
And-
the EP, not SP. There we
Yep.
go.
So, in that case, so you each get to roll, and we'll say that Elia's in for the 4th one, just to kind of see who wins this in the 4th. So someone's walking away with some gold here. So everyone's going to end up rolling a D8. Whoever gets the highest takes half. Takes half.
Come on,
I
bro.
rolled half.
All right. So, Amethyst, you take 4 silver for the first round.
Yeah.
Okay. Second round is 5 silver each. And this time it's a D6. Now keep track of your totals there, because the totals will take the final pot.
Okay.
So let's roll the D6.
Oh, man.
Oh wow, Elio's not doing well.
Yeah, now they're sore.
Okay, so what do we have here so far? Amethyst got a 5. I didn't see Sora's come in yet.
Sora rolled a 3.
Okay, so Amethyst takes 2 silver. The other 3 stay in. So far the pot is up to 16 silver so far. And last is a gold.
Or D4.
And this one is for all the marbles. And this one takes the pot. So the total takes the pot. So Elia got a total of D4. Yep. Oh, yeah, 3 rolls from. Oh yeah, all 3 of your rolls just came in at once there. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. You know how that happened? Because I've stayed on my character sheet instead of switching back over to Roll20.
That'll do it. So we have here.
She got a 4 on the D4 though.
I did get a 4 on the D4.
Okay, so what is everyone total?
11.
I know Elia got less than 10.
I got 10.
It's gonna be 3, 5, 7.
Across the 3 rolls?
All 3 rolls together.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Amethyst, you take it. That's going to be a total of 16 silver and 4 gold.
Congrats. Yay.
There will be a lot of cheering around you as other people have been putting bets on it as well, trying to see who's going to win to there. And there's a kind of gays and boos. Everyone that bet on Elia is like, oh, they came in last.
Who's booing?
The people who nobody's booing. They just
Everybody's
thought
booing,
she'd
like,
win.
aw. Like, yeah. Nobody's booing at anybody. It's just like, oh, so more just like, darn. And so, effectively, the game's essentially it is as the games call as the games continue there, people kind of mix it up there. I need all 3 to give me just give me all 3 give me a D20 roll.
Just a straight D20.
Straight D20 roll. Okay. So effectively, over the course of another game, there people kind of like, oh, play this one. There's like 3 or 4 different tables. There are 3 different tables set up there, so you gotta get pulled into different games there, where you're not playing all with each other at the same time there. You actually walk away with, strangely enough, here, a total of total earnings from the whole time there. Of Lucas, you break even. you manage to break even there. Thora, you walk away with 2 gold total from your winnings there, and Amethyst, you walk away with 4 gold from your random winnings on the side there, as you tend to. Everyone's sort of like Amethyst, like, she's using magic, isn't she? You're gonna be using magic. I'm like, no. Master Games wouldn't let that happen. and you
really
will, however,
dice.
Amethyst, you will notice that Master Games is watching very carefully and is detecting magic.
I'm not using magic.
I know.
He's doing it in general.
He knows.
He's generally checking to make sure people are not using magic.
Yep. And so, so you guys wander away with a little bit of gold. Some of you there. You definitely have a chance to. If you want to go for the throwing board, you definitely can go for that as well. That's not so much. That's when you can just kind of play.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'll go with that as well.
It's gonna be deck. So basically, either darts or daggers. They can hand you a set, or you can use your own.
I could just put a dart in my inventory if that's easier.
Sure, that's fine. Or just
Yeah, I've got a dagger.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make your just make three rolls, and we'll total it up. 3 to hit rolls. Either one.
You going first or am I?
I'll go first.
And then ladies first.
So 15, nice.
Age before beauty.
10, right in the middle.
Ah,
And
Yeah,
19.
beautiful as well as old.
That could be 30, 44. Not quite. Oh, so close, so close. Oh, um, as everyone there, good score, but not quite enough to win. Sorry, sorry. Amethyst, you want to do your 3? Ooh, not great. Not better, better. 22. Oh, 30,
Definitely wouldn't
35.
change that.
33. Yep. So you managed to hit the numbers there. But unfortunately not quite there. Essentially hitting the board is a 1, and then there's a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. It's these little splotches everywhere. So it's more challenging than it looked. And so definitely get a chance to, if you wish to go back there at some point. There, we didn't walk with the figurine at this point. We will see. Let me just see. Try something real quick here. Amethyst, as you're kind of like as you did the last video there, you're kind of like stepping away. You hear a thunk, 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 and look back to see essentially someone who got what's that going to be, a
41.
41 plus plus 18, so 69.
Wow. Nice.
As eyes and ears
Great
kind of
number.
like looks over there and picks up a little cat figurine and goes, like, smiles at you. I think wanders off.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
Is the lady from the Raven Queen's Temple playing out today, or is she still there?
Straight about, actually, at some point you will spot her. She and her husband will be walking around.
Okay.
Aw. Yeah. So yeah, at some point, yeah, you definitely see them. And
Purposely going to bump into her and
okay,
drop some gold in her pocket with a note.
give me a sleight of hand check.
She's gonna see it. Sleight
I mean,
of hand. You do know that I have advantage, though, right?
yeah, sure.
I don't know why. Oh, rune carver.
Are you trying to do it without her knowing?
Kinda, sorta. It's not gonna work though.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah, who does know? Jim should know. Why didn't it show up?
You rolled an 8.
Didn't show up.
Yeah, I did roll an 8.
Okay, so effectively, you bump into her. And she kind of looks down and like kind of looks at you like, should I look
Nope.
at it now?
Nope.
Okay.
Sure. Why not? I don't care. If the note's just gonna say to give it to the kids.
Oh, okay.
It's the earnings that we won from the stuff. The playing the games.
Okay.
And
Sure.
including the bird.
Aw. So she just like smile, like, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And it's fine. So she kind of,
No. Do we
Hmm.
have any orphan kids in our city?
I mean, there are some kids around. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has 2 kids of her own, but, well, one's not really a kid anymore, but one's,
Right.
so, yeah, so you'll see, effectively, yeah, she's like, I'll make sure that gets to someone. We have a number of families who are a little less fortunate, and we'll make sure it gets to the children.
Good. We don't need it. I don't need it. Where am I going to give it 2 gold? I'm an adventure.
So she definitely thanks you for that. Thanks for that, and kind of pats you on the shoulder and kind of puts it on your shoulder. Thank you very much. And then kind of wanders off. Corbin, Corbin. And then you'll see her husband walk up to where the mayor is sort of like there and kind of shake his hand, give him kind of that brotherly like bro hug kind of thing. They sit there and talk for a bit.
Go right ahead. The paladin.
Yes.
I'm gonna go talk to him, kind of pull him aside, and tell
Yeah,
him what
he's-
happened up at the mountain. Not all of it, just I talked to the Bahamut part of it because he already knows,
Mhm.
and
You
just
mean
say
what?
like I felt a closer connection to him there, and could talk to him better there. So maybe if he wanted to take a trip there,
You mean where he's from?
yeah.
Interesting. I did not realize that it was a matter of proximity, but I have heard the rumble. I have not heard the voices. The voice. I will have to see if I can go there sometime in the future to check in.
Yeah. I just figured
What-
you should know. I figured it out.
So you were in Turkal?
He looks very concerned about that.
He should. Not so much in it as on the other side of it. We were on this side of the mountains. We didn't go into
The
Drakal.
Dreadmire. Oh, well, I will keep that in mind, and maybe in the future I will make a trip back home and see what is going on.
Chaos is going on over there. You know that, right?
Yeah. And it's about that time you get a message,
Of course I do.
and it's Strolix.
Oh, okay.
Sora, there is something happening here. I don't know how to say this. And you can see it's actually the conversation. It's a converse, not sending.
Okay. Is it like the astral projection part of it, or just the
No, it's
head?
just the voice. So
Okay.
it's like sending, but it's more than 25 words. Is
Uh-huh.
what it is. The converse. Um, uh, Something is going wrong in Eris. There's been sites of unrest. The children are staying with me. I'm not sending them back there. But some of the trade routes between the cities are being disrupted. People are there've been reports of fighting in the depths beneath the cities, mostly centered in Avress. I don't know. I mean, and what you know of Ares is that's the gold dragon area. Um, I don't know. I I'm not expecting you to do something about it, but it is something that I wanted you to be aware of. Um, I don't. I My responsibilities are to the children and to Agiris. I'll be staying here, but something is happening. I don't know what. I've asked for guidance and not received any as of yet. But something is happening.
Yeah, I think you should stay put. Maybe stay hidden. Probably a better clue. I'll look at our Dragonborn friend.
Mhm.
We might be able to get help quicker than you think.
All right.
We don't have a teleportation there, do we?
No.
We didn't get a
Um,
circle.
there's no circle as far as you know. Um, I I would not say rush here or anything, but I wanted you to know because it may be related to what happened, what you discovered. It may not. Um, I would want you to know that we are safe here. No
Mhm.
fighting has happened in Agiris. But I wanted you to know just in case you hear reports from anywhere else.
I haven't heard anything yet. Thank you. You're our first report.
Okay,
I'm gonna go find the others. You stay safe and stay hidden.
I will.
Quiet.
We will do so. I will make sure the children are safe and that no one the fighting is far away from us.
Good.
So,
Good.
thank you. All right. And um, and that he's sort of like very obviously very flustered and uh, I think worried, more worried than you've heard of before. Um,
Well, which is why I think it's more important that we go than to stay. I will tell our Dragonborn that whole conversation that just happened. Why
Okay.
can't I remember his name? Because I
Gethrush.
think he's bad.
Geth. Just gonna call him Geth.
Geth.
G
Okay. Geth.
Geth. Geth. Gethrush.
Geth. You might want to rethink your visit home to be nowish. Um, the your home is having a lot of fighting going on right now, and it may have to do with what we found out inside the temple or inside the
Well,
mountain.
all right then. I will see what information I can find out, and then potentially make my way back there. Um, I, it is a long journey, but I will do what I can, and if I can report it back to you, I will let you know.
If we're headed that way, you can just tag along. But I don't know if we're headed that way just yet. I gotta let the rest of the party know.
All right. Um, I will. I will see what I can find out and make arrangements.
Awesome. Awesome. I
Okay.
figured you should know. Seeing as how I'm saying this as I'm running off.
Yeah.
That's your homeland, so
Yeah, and
take care.
I mean, and so he's like, you can see as you kind of like run out there, and you'll see that he basically sort of like, kind of like steadies himself for a moment there, and then moves off, this direction, off out of the party.
Mm-hmm. I will find the rest of everybody
Okay.
and tell them. So now we have 2 places we should be going.
So, not from what you can see is that even Strawless didn't know the extent of it, just that there were problems happening and there was fighting and
It's possible linked to what we did. So yeah. Yeah.
So you were talking
What do you
Burger King,
mean
are you?
what we did?
Well, we went into the mountain and we saved those children, and we know there was something else in that mountain and we didn't deal with it. And there's something else inside that lake and we didn't deal with it.
Well, it's not because of what we did. We got the kids out safely. That's what we
Well-
did. That's what we wanted to do.
But we also knew that there was something else in there and didn't do anything about it.
With every intention of going back, though, right?
I was
I mean,
under that impression, but like didn't see it going that far. We needed to do some other stuff in the in-betweens.
Mm-hmm.
well, so if you gather everyone, I mean, both Eldon and Grim. Grim is rather drunk. We'll just say
Yeah.
that because he's
For
probably been.
change.
I mean, pretty much, it's been like free alcohol, and he's been absolutely partaking.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's just like, well, whatever you want to do, we can do that. That's fine. You're
Look,
kind of
we
like
can
staggering a
fix
bit
this
there.
real easily, but like, how much of this do you want to enjoy? Because
Don't you dare!
yeah,
This is
listen,
all me.
all I
I
need
earned
is
it.
a.
I earned this.
You did, but saving our lives and all. But sometimes it might be good to sober up.
When it's time,
No, I think you should leave him drunk.
Leave
Okay.
him drunk.
I'd like to watch him fall over at least once.
Okay.
hope he
Okay.
falls over.
Okay.
Like and more like he like slumps against the wall and kind of
Cartoon slide down the wall.
yep. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go
Somebody
find
move the
Eldon too.
room. Why?
Oh God, I so want to play with him.
Grimbar. Poor Grimbar. We'll find
Right.
Eldon too. And
I want to
explain
do
it to
like
Eldon.
dancing lights around his head, like little pink elephants just
Yeah.
circling his head.
Yeah, do this. Yeah.
You just go mad and fall over.
Yep. So,
Definitely leave that one
um,
alone.
so, yeah. What's on your agenda now? Um, one thing you will have learned at this point here is that later this week, the intent is that the Serenity will be taking a shipment of balsa over to Port Oris. The shipment, as you know, as you were there, they were prepping it to go out.
Mhm.
And it's essentially getting ready to go. Essentially, it's pretty much needs to be loaded up on the ship, and it'll be taken on over.
Okay.
So there is that.
Well, we can meet the ship there, can't we? Sora, you could possibly pop in on your brother, and then when the ship gets there and unloads, we could go up to.
By pop in, you mean knock on the door and wait for him to answer, right?
Yes, please. That would be great.
They rather kicking the
In
door
fact-
in.
In fact, I will be sending him a sending when we're almost there to let him know to come and answer the door before you crack it down, because you're a nut job.
It's my signature move.
You're my favourite nut job, but you are a nut job.
I mean,
You're
not only the
the
fact that they now have they now have a toddler to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I can't go kicking the door in. What the kid is right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
Plus, the kid
sleeping.
might get out and escape and out onto the, streets of Port Oris.
You think he's a dog? He'll just run off into the streets of Port Oris? Just because the
You
door's
think
open?
if we didn't keep that door locked, that Kaylee wouldn't be out the door and up the road? I promise you she would. I promise you that, right, Rob?
Man. All right, so
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I can go. You can send the message. I'll be
I mean,
responsible.
you're not there yet. I mean, so
No, you're not there yet. But like, I'll be responsible.
okay. So, anything else you want to do for the evening? Essentially, so now that the news has dropped, Grimbar, you can kind of shuffle him off to his bed and he'll pass out in that. That
Are
not
any
too
of
hard
us
to get it.
strong enough to pick him up and just put him
You
in bed?
are
Okay,
plenty.
I'll pick him up.
And we're
I mean,
spending the
remember,
night.
he's kind of a skinny dwarf. I mean, he's not a massively like muscular dwarf.
Is he a skinny dwarf? He eats the skinny pop.
He's a dex fighter. He's not a strength fighter. Yeah.
Are we
Okay.
spending the night in Raven's Crest and then teleporting over to Port Oris and waiting for the ship?
I think that would be the better, but especially if I'm not going to be taking Grimbar out of his drunken stupor.
I would say this, just so you know, the ship can't leave. The ship wasn't planning to leave until two more days.
Right.
And it'll take them about 2 to 3 days to get there, depending on how fast they push it.
Right. So we've got a few days to.
Yeah, you've got a few days. You don't have to take off right now. So, if there's anything else you want to prep, anything else you want to look into, anything else you want to deal with beforehand, you can.
I was thinking maybe speaking to the Shadow Syndicate in Dravia and seeing if they can get any info on Corwayne and see if they know where he is, what he's up to, and just get them to keep tabs on him.
Okay.
You know, sorted.
If he's in town, what?
It's already been sorted by the Shadow Syndicate guy here that we spoke to.
You didn't tell us that, though, did you? If Lucas isn't telling us that, then we're obviously going to have to.
Well, if you say that, I will tell you that they've already been. We've already discussed this.
Yeah, what about
Gilby's going to get message down to Dravier.
What about not Corvesh? That's not his name. The goblin from Bilgewater.
Kemek.
We wanted to get in contact. We wanted to get in contact with him. I just don't remember about what.
We did get in contact with him.
Yeah.
He's the one who told us about the wooden statues.
Oh, right.
Elsley, that Elsley saw in the lady's house that led us to find her and the info there. Elsley at some point we'll have to look up, but I don't know. I mean, I think she is potentially somebody that we could give money to give us information on whatever is happening, because obviously Wraith's not alive anymore and he's not paying her, and she's got debts as far as Lucas told
Yeah.
us. So
Well, they've all
But
got
we,
that.
yeah, but we don't know
That's Goblin Society.
That's probably
where
Mhm.
they're at.
so if we offer them gold to give us information, they might do that.
Jim, I'm trying to remember. Do I have a
Hmm?
sending stone to my sister and grandmother?
You have a sending stone. The sending stones are not specifically 2 people. They're just it just lets you cast
Okay.
sending once a day. So whoever you want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we want to check and see if Granny has info whether or not they're in Shorehaven?
Who?
How
The goblins.
how would she know that?
She can send out people. She's got people.
Sure.
And my brother's got people. She's got people.
Okay. Yeah, I mean yeah, there's obviously people that work for her. I mean,
Uh-huh.
yeah, they're mostly like dock workers and warehouse loaders and things like that. So
But I mean, like, they've got lighthouses and stuff around there too, so we can eliminate that as a possibility and then have a closer idea that they're over in the other place or that they're over in Shorehaven.
you could definitely send her a message. She can alert the guard essentially to go check out the lighthouses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she wouldn't have people to go do it herself, but I mean, she would definitely call on the guard to do it.
God forbid Granny do anything herself. Yeah, uh-huh.
I mean, like I said, she has warehouse workers and people that load boxes and
I
dock
know,
workers
I
that
know.
load ships. She doesn't have like operatives.
Isn't she
She
like an old
just
lady?
runs a business.
She's not that old. I mean, she is
Your
old, but she's
grandmother,
not
yeah,
that old.
she's. I
Hey,
mean,
I'm a grandmother. What are you saying?
I know.
That's what I
I'm just
said.
saying, yeah.
Yeah.
She was not that young when she was not young when she had.
Fight me, Jim.
Yeah, remember Sora's the younger.
I'm
The clutch
well,
there,
Yeah.
like
I
8 years
was
younger than Strigga. So
the youngest.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'll send that off to her, see if she can get guard to go look at the lighthouses, and then we'll know for sure which lighthouse area that they're at, or at least have a better
Eliminate.
percentage. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, she's very happy to see you. She got your letter. She'll be uh she'll send you a reply soon. Um and she will she will alert the guard, check out the lighthouses.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anything else we want to do? Or anybody I want to talk to?
There's a lot of things flying around, that's for sure.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Amethyst, you still have the mirror. Eldon will go ahead and identify it. It effectively acts like a sending stone, but you can see, like, obviously it's like you can talk to the person on the other side of it. But effectively is very similar to a sending stone. It's almost the same magic.
I can make myself look like the old lady.
Sure. You certainly can.
This will be fun.
Yeah.
How do you want to do that though? Like she hasn't talked to him in forever.
It's not been that long, has it?
Months.
Mm-hmm.
Not since Daddy was killed.
Okay.
What do you want to say? I will also say that it is not a 25-word thing. So
It's
it
what?
acts like it's not 25 words. It's you can just talk.
Okay.
Actually, it's like a magic mirror. I mean, you can talk to the person there, and if they have one, it is a the person has the other one. They are linked together to talk to.
Do I get to ask him who's the fairest of them all?
Sure. I mean, she had an elaborate mirror up on the wall in her bedroom, but it wasn't magical.
Mm-hmm.
You, my dear, except for Snow White.
Okay.
Oh wait, she's in a different group.
Yeah. I think we should probably take some time to have a think about what to say to him.
Okay.
But I mean, if we can't, there's no point finding information out now and speaking to him and saying, "Where are you?" if we can't go straight there. And because we're going Drakol, which also Sora's not supposed to be there either. So, tell me you can't go to Shorehaven. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
You can
I
go
mean,
wherever you want.
I mean, you could go to. There's no reason you can't go to
Who's
Shorehaven.
going to stop you?
I can go to Shorehaven, and just
Yeah.
it's not going to be fun to go to Shorehaven.
And
I'd rather
Drakol
go
is
to.
going to be fun. Is that
I
what you're
would
saying?
rather go there with you guys than go to Shorehaven.
Yeah. She'd rather face the entire nation of metallic dragonborn that want her dead as opposed to facing her grandmother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Makes that
And you've
that,
seen
that
your
tracks.
grandmother. Your grandmother came to Ravenscrest.
I promptly stayed
brother's-
away as much as I could.
Mhm.
I was not near Granny as often as I should have been.
But she came for Reese's wedding, didn't she?
She did. Well, she came for
Mhm.
Catherine, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, any other ideas? Anything else you want to throw out there, or do on the, and the festivities are still going strong outside. I mean, you definitely can still hear the music, still hear the people, um, even though it's fully dark at this point. There, it is definitely a summer night. There, you can see the lights kind of dancing there as the sun goes down. There are lights that are blinking on and off, and just like streamers of lights that go up from the all of the square. Um, even though it's dark outside, there's still plenty of light on the square for everyone to see what they're doing and what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
It is
We
definitely
just
parties in full swing.
How about we
go in.
take tonight to just chill and relax after sorting out what we've done already here, knowing that we've got to go to Drakol very soon, but that is sort of dependent on the airship because that's going to take a few days. Maybe we can do something with the mirror before then. Because if we find out that he's in one of the places that Lucas can teleport to, we can do that and then still get to Port Orus before the airship.
Yeah.
Well, Lucas can teleport to Dravier and to Port Oris.
Yeah. So if we take tonight to enjoy the festivities, spend some time with people here, and then tomorrow we'll get together as a group, decide what questions to ask him. Then I'll pretend to be her and speak to him via the mirror and see what info he's going to give us. And then if we can, then we'll act on that. And then go to Port Orus to meet the airship. Does that sound like a plan?
Works for me.
What information are you trying to get from him?
Oh, I was thinking about asking him where he is and if he's safe. Or even just being able to actually see him, we might get some information about where he is. If he's in his own manner, we'll recognise it because we've been there.
Well, I could just scry him.
Good. You could scry
Okay.
him, but The thing with scrying is that he gets a chance to see if he's being looked upon. With the mirror, if she's using disguise self, that's the spell you're using, right?
Mhm.
If you're using that, the probability him being able to tell that it's not her is probably higher, wouldn't it?
Tell that it's
Higher?
not his own sister.
Well, it's disguise self.
Yeah, but
She looks like his sister.
yeah, but you got to talk to him. Would you not recognise your own brother or sister? You were talking to him, even though they looked like him.
I mean, it'll be interesting to do the performance check for mimicry.
How about we speak to the old lady and see if she will talk to him with us present, but
I
hiding?
think she's been through a lot. To try and ask her to do that would probably push her over the edge. You know, like, because we're asking her to do the same thing he was basically asking.
Hmm?
I don't like using her to get to him. I think if we can't figure out how to get to him and it's very last resort, then yes, but I don't like the fact of using an old lady to get to her brother to rat him out to where he is very nice.
But he's
Well,
evil.
He wasn't
He
on our
used her.
radar
He
before.
used her to hurt people.
Yeah, and now we're going to use her to hurt her own brother.
We could ask her if it's something that she'd be willing to do.
That I'm okay with. If she's
I'm not
okay
going to
with
bully
it,
her
yeah,
into doing it if she's not comfortable with it.
I don't know. We can ask her, see what she wants to do, but like,
Okay.
well, we have some time. You want to do that now? You want to do that tomorrow?
Well,
or
I've got
scry.
slots left, so I can do a scrying
Okay,
now.
go for the scry. Okay. Let me just go ahead and make sure I've got that. Okay, so it's going to be DC 20. Oof. A wisdom save, right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See. Nope.
So close.
Yeah. No.
It's only 3 off.
That's there's no modifier on that. Lucas, I would say that you focus on the image you have of him. You focus on his name. You focus on what you've seen of him, and as you sort of like the scry starts to take place, you can kind of feel it like seeking him out, and it's almost like it hits a wall of just like the connections starting to form and then just stopped, as if something just nothing can penetrate. You just really slam into a wall. And give me a wisdom save. It'll be just not gonna. That won't be a okay. So it's the connection starts to form that you hit the wall, and there's just this low. You hear very briefly before you're just kind of shunted back away from it. Definitely not a human sound. Just this like guttural screeching growl that's just multi-tonal, and that's the last you get as you're pushed away from it.
Yeah, sounds like he's got some sort of protection or something protecting him.
Is that like Romar's ring? Can't get inside of his head unless given permission.
You can still
Potentially.
spry on
Give me,
Raymar.
give me
I
an
mean,
Arcana
Jumbo.
check.
Who, me?
No, Lucas.
Okay.
You kind of as you're kind of reeling from getting shoved back like that. It's almost as if the connection with the 16, like you've been resisted on a scry before. You definitely felt just the connection just doesn't happen. This one, the connection was going, was forming, and then was literally shoved back, like something. And even with a 16, you're right. It almost feels like you hit the wall, and then something else shoved you away. Almost as if there were two presences there.
Maybe he's got a coin.
One unaccounted for.
No. Not another coin.
Mm.
Look, I got 4,000 coins. Can we just like give them that and take that one and be done with this?
Mm-mm.
Which reminds me, who has the werewolf coin?
As you say, we've still got the coin to deal with
Yep,
when
there is
everyone's
that.
together again.
Yeah, we gave it to Romar, I believe.
Romar holding onto the werewolf coin?
No,
I think so.
it's in Lucas's bag of holding. We haven't got
Okay.
rid of the werewolf yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Sorry,
He
that's
has
my
the
fault.
Grimar has the cleansed shadow coin. Yes. Yeah.
That's the one. Shadow
Yeah.
coin. That's where I was getting mixed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think Eldon's got it. It's in Eldon's bag.
Yeah,
Eldon's bag of holding.
that's fine.
Yeah.
One of you has it in the bag of holding. That's cool.
We should
Yes, you
probably
do have
take
it.
care of that actually soon. Maybe during the day tomorrow.
Yeah, we all need to be together though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
But we were talking about going to the desert again to do it because we didn't want it to be anywhere near any trees or anything in case. Because we know it's Fey enhanced.
it's a werewolf of the Fae. Yeah.
What does that have to do with trees?
Uh,
Okay.
that was Eldon. Eldon said it.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with
I mean,
trees, other than he wants to throw fire at it. I mean, we could walk over to.
Somewhere away from people, basically, an open space.
Yeah, it's
Well, to
more of
me,
a big with people. Yeah.
Oh, well,
I was.
trees would give like potential cover. They might be able to jump up into the branches. Like, you know,
And if it escaped,
in the desert, it's just open. And if it runs, we chase it.
you've never really
So
had anything get away from you, so you don't know what would happen.
No.
Also, I have this nifty spell since we started dealing with werewolves called Daylight.
Werewolves.
That doesn't do much to a werewolf. To a
Yeah.
vampire, maybe,
if
but
we do it
Right.
during the daytime, I mean,
sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, as the evening festivities go on, you kind of spend your time um, trying to have fun and spending a bit of time worrying and kind of planning and figuring things out. With the information you gained, you can kind of make your plans for what you're doing in the next couple of days, where you're going, who you're going to talk to, and what you want to do. But with that, we'll go ahead and close out for the day. Want to thank you all out there for watching. Thank you, basically my players here. I hope we can get everyone back next week. Hope everyone's good there. But as always, if you're looking for games, please check out the Double Taker Discord server. And link is in the description. And we're always looking for new players, new games, new DMs, everything. But with that, thank you for being here. As always, drinks are on us, and we'll see you again real soon. Bye, everyone.
Tim.
Bye.